Followership is power. It's not decorative power. It's not symbolic power. It's not secondary power. It's not masquerading power. It is the real power. Followership itself is real power. And so when you misunderstand power, tendency is that it's neglected, it's surrendered, and what suffers is governance. Our democracies in whichever country, whatever part of Africa, and Nigeria specifically, is not shaped merely by those who govern. It's actually shaped by those who consent, who comply, who celebrate. When we shout hope renewed, second chance, redemption, hope agenda, whatever, each cliche. Remember the man who had no shoes. We excuse, we encourage, we enable, we endure, we rationalize, and in the same breath, we remain silent. So the politics of Africa, nay Nigeria, is therefore not merely a leadership problem. It is also a profoundly followership malaise. And until we confront that truth, our search for accountability may remain painfully incomplete or a journey in futility. Permit me to quickly look at followership as the missing half of power. Leadership literature, whoever you are, often behaves like astronomy, permit me to say, obsessed with only the stars, the moon, what you see up there, but it forgets there's gravity. Leaders receive attention, followers receive instruction. Leaders are studied, and followers are managed. Leadership is celebrated as agency, and followership is treated as obedience. And this intellectual imbalance has its own consequences. For me, I see an illusion that leaders produce political reality alone. So if you take Nigeria, the buck stops at the table of the leader, Tinubu, but that's not true. Because governance is not a theater with one performer. He's the president, commander-in-chief of staff, but there's a local government councillor, there's a local government chairman, there's a governor, there's a senator, there's a House of Rep member. So it's not just a simple theater with a performer, it's a choreography, permit me to use that word. Power is relational. Leadership exists because followership exists. I've never met a married man who didn't have a wife. Maybe these days, as things changed and we're looking at other forms of marriages, but you must be married to something. And you see, if you're a historian, African languages understood this long before political science could even decipher it. Authority has always been relational. Legitimacy has always depended on recognition, and power itself requires social acceptance. Of course, the king may sit on the throne, but the throne rests on collective belief that he is the king. And that's why this conference is important. Followership deserves rethinking. Followership is not inferiority. It is not intellectual surrender. It is not permanent obedience. It is not political childhood. It's civic positioning. For me, it is how citizens, institutions, communities, organizations relate with authority. And here, I must make a very important distinction. There is a profound difference between followers and what I call followership. Followers think. Laolu is a follower. Beckley is a follower. Those of us on this call are followers. Those who will eventually get copies of this recordings will be followers who think. Followers question. Followers support ethically. Followers cooperate critically. Followers strengthen institutions. Followers hold power accountable. But you see, followership sometimes surrenders agency. It can confuse loyalty with silence. It can confuse reverence with submission. For those who are Christians, permit me to use the term baptism. You know, you can baptize power or baptize power rather than scrutinize it. And you know, this distinction does matter enormously because societies rarely collapse from absence of leaders alone. It does collapse when citizens themselves become very passive, when they don't ask questions. If I draw an experience to the last government of General Muhammadu Buhari in Nigeria, we practically woke up to rumors that the currencies were going to be changed, and we kept quiet. We said nothing, and then until the D-Day, Nigerians started to run helter skelter. But for governors who took the matter up to the Supreme Court and all the hula baloo, we were largely passive. And I know businesses that practically collapsed till date as a result of that passive followership nature. And it takes me to the politics of consent. You know, there's the untold politics of governance about consent. Consent is rarely discussed as power. Yet, consent is among the most powerful political currencies in human history. We've conceded to it, we've consented to it. Political authority itself, it doesn't depend merely on force, but of course, legitimacy. And that legitimacy is a function of what? Consent. So even a dictator requires an audience. Authoritarian systems requires, and often than not, is seeking applause. So sometimes citizenry is saying that things are hard. Government is saying, look, we've done this, and that. So even oppressive governments crave symbolic approval. And the reason is not far-fetched. The reason for me is that coercion is expensive. And so consent is rather efficient. And so political systems constantly negotiate consent. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's through false hope. Another time it could be through fear. Often than not in the Nigerian experience, it's through identity. And then sometimes it's basically survival. And so across Africa, we would observe that governance failures are surviving not because people love dysfunction, but because consent becomes socially negotiated. So when the government is failing, we know it's failing, but because those who are failing are from our ethnic stock, we can endure it. They are from our religious faith, we can endure it. So let's be honest. Consent is not always enthusiastic. You know, there's no market for an individual ethnic group. But you see, many citizens do not support bad governance because they admire it. They support it because, I mean, politics is entangled with survival. Patronage economies complicate the morality of people. After all, my cousin, my nephew, my uncle from my mother's side is a big party Whig. And weak institutions themselves are personalized by loyalty. Ethnic anxieties, of course, produces nothing but defensive politics. So I've had people say, when Buhari was, the Fulani was, and now that Tinubu is there, the Yorubas can. And don't worry, when Obi comes, possibly the Igbos will. You know, so conversations are not good governance conversations, but they are basically ethnic anxieties speaking through us, religious identities that become mobilization tools, the Muslim tickets. This group haven't gotten it. That faith hasn't gotten it. And I remember, or I recall most recently saying to somebody, when will the Babalawos and the native doctors of Nigeria have their turn at power? The question, however, changes. Not who governs best, but who protects us. And when politics becomes protection rather than accountability, consent becomes distorted. We see this repeatedly, like I said. A politician under investigation becomes an ethnic hero. A corrupt office holder becomes a regional chief. Political wrongdoing becomes privately excused. Citizens who would normally condemn misconduct elsewhere justify it when it's committed by our own thief, their own thief. Not because ethics has disappeared, but because identity has overpowered ethics. And it's pretty dangerous because democracies do not die only through coups. They also weaken through selective morality. And when wrongdoing becomes negotiable, depending on tribe, religion, party, patronage, accountability begins to fracture. And fractured accountability eventually becomes institutional decay. Let me quickly, knowing that I have barely 8 minutes, to speak to the topic in my topic of silence. Silence is a quiet language of power, and perhaps it's often misunderstood and represented, and of course, underestimated in terms of political behavior. We often think that silence means absence, but politically, silence is rarely empty. It does speak, it does send signals, it authorizes, it protects, it can also resist. Silence can also shamefully, painfully sustain injustice. So it's uncomfortable because silence is morally complicated. Not all silence is cowardice, because some silence is survival, and people living under violence may remain silent from fear. Communities threatened by insecurity may choose caution and be silent. Public servants trapped within punitive bureaucracies may actually retreat into protective silence. So we must recognize this moral complexity. Yet, let me say this, complexity must not become immunity from moral reflection, because silence also possesses another face, which for me is like the silence of convenience, the silence of benefit. I'm a contractor under this government, and so I don't say anything. Of course, I'm on the table and I must observe table manners. The silence of strategic neutrality, the silence that whispers, why should I speak? It does not concern me. Let someone else do it. Why should I even be part of this conference? Isn't it another talk shop? This silence is politically consequential. Indeed, one of the greatest paradoxes of modern Africa and Nigeria is that we have become louder digitally and quiet civically. Everything happens on the social space. But in terms of our civic responsibilities, nothing happens. Social media has amplified outrage, but outrage is not always courage. Trending, like they say it for the Gen Zs, is not organization. Anger on the pages of social spaces is also not accountability. And performance, like the VDMs and the Ednots of this world, is not citizenship. Many societies now possess rather abundant commentary but limited civic action. We speak vigorously online, and institutionally we retreat offline. And the result for me is fascinating. The noise has increased, but the transformation has stagnated. Young people don't want to do anything without money. Young people don't want to do anything because it's not their business. And silence survives beneath the sound. This silence appears in many forms. It's bureaucratic, watching wrongdoing. It's the neighbor who witnesses injustice. It's the institution that fears discomfort. The professional who protects access. The religious voice that avoids the difficult truth. Intellectual that calculates safety. Why should I die for Nigeria? The citizens that's waiting for Major Ishola, General Major Ishola, to do something before he does something. And gradually, silence then acquires some form of very strong political weight. And permit me a very difficult line. Silence is rarely neutral in governance. It often votes without raising its hands. And while it might sound harsh, but I've seen history repeat itself. Injustice has survived less because evil was powerful, and more because opposition became fragmented, fatigued, or silent. So if you wanted to take Tinubu out of office and you're not united, how do you do that? Permit me that political bias. But of course, isn't it the complicity that we talk about? The mirror that we avoid? The uncomfortable territory that nobody wants to talk about? A word we reserve for villains. Complicity is not ordinary. It rarely arrives with a lot of noise. It sometimes even appears very respectfully. It speaks politely, it dresses professionally, it attends conferences, it quotes scripture, it praises democracy, but quietly, It's adjusting itself to dysfunction. And so we say to ourselves, may Nigeria not happen to you. And when you're coming home, you first of all check to see if your neighbor has light. And if your neighbor doesn't have light and you don't have light, you're good. The dysfunction works. And that's complexity because, anyway, it's injustice to all of us. So let's tolerate it. Let's excuse it. Let's normalize it. And this matters because governance itself around ecosystems depend on networks, whether it's corruption, whether it's impunity, whether it's maladministration. They don't function individually. It requires the cooperation of all of us. And accountability failures are therefore collective arrangements. The politician needs defenders, the institution needs silence, the system needs some form of accommodation. And accommodation is where complicity grows. And this is where citizens and followership becomes very important. Because not citizens alone. Citizens are in the media, citizens are in the civil society, citizens are in churches and masjid, citizens are in the academia, citizens have become obas, emirs, izes, citizens are professionals, they are technocrats, and we all become participants. And this is painful because it implicates the people, the same people who see themselves as moral. And our moral identity does not automatically produce moral courage. And as Africans, as Nigerians, we must ask ourselves difficult questions. When we celebrate access over truths, are we complicit? When religious authority becomes politically selective, are we complicit? When intellectuals become praise singers, are we complicit? When institutions fear accountability, are we complicit? These questions are not accusations from me. They're simply invitations to extend this conversation that starts from now all the way to 5 in the evening. Because transformation itself begins with honesty, and honesty begins with us looking at the mirrors. The African condition basically is why fellowship and followership itself becomes a very distorted picture. Ladies and gentlemen, if we were to ask honestly about followership in Africa, in Nigeria, in other parts of the world, we must avoid a dangerous temptation, the temptation to moralize without contextualizing. It is very fashionable to blame citizens. But of course, I can't blame Laolu, I can't blame Beckley, I can't blame all of us who's put our Fridays into this conversation. It is convenient to accuse population of political weakness while ignoring the environments within which citizenship is practiced. If Dele Giwa died, if my friend Balgudu died, is Nigeria worth dying for? Is Africa worth dying for? Followership does not exist in a vacuum. Political behavior grows inside conditions, and many African societies have inherited conditions that are complicated democratic citizenship from the very beginning. Colonial governance left behind more borders. More than borders, rather. More than lines, more than boundaries. It left political habits. It left centralized authority. It left command structures. It left administrative distances. It left suspicion between state and citizen. It left what I dare say. Could you attend this hybrid conference? How much then go pay? Then get money? You mean say I could just waste my data? That's what it left. It left a state that rarely treated citizens as partners. People don't see anything good as ordinarily good. It sees governance of leaders treating others as subjects. And independence, though politically transformative, did not entirely dismantle these inheritance. Too often we have changed our flags faster than we've changed the governing cultures. The architecture has continually survived. And the only occupants are the things that changed. The state has remained powerful. The citizens have remained fragile. These imbalance does matter when we discuss this. There is what I call the big man governance. In this system, institutions have become secondary, rules have become negotiable, personal loyalty becomes more valuable than constitutional principles. Citizens do not relate primarily to the systems. We relate more to the patrons, to the big man, and the patronage alters the entire followership. I see that I'm 1 minute past my time, and so I would wrap up by going to the very tail end of my paper to say that we need to start to ask questions. And what are those questions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen? Permit me to conclude from where I began, with again another discomfort. Africa, Nigeria does not merely need better leaders. And that statement is true, but incomplete. We also need better followers, not obedient followers, not submissive followers, not frightened followers, not conscious, deficient followers, but followers who know themselves, followers who understand that citizenship is not spectatorship, followers who know that silence has consequences, followers who recognize that power survives through networks of legitimacy, followers who refuse manipulation disguised as loyalty, followers who reject political childhood. For too long, our politics has been built around dangerous dependency. We wait, we hope, we endure, we complain. And then we wait again, as though governance were a weather, as though citizenship was patience, as though history was written elsewhere. But democracy is not rainfall, it is participation. And participation demands courage. Permit me, therefore, to leave us with several questions. When corruption survives, who normalized it? When institutions weaken, who excused it? When violence escalates, who amplified it? When accountability dies quietly, who remains silent? These are not questions for leaders alone. They are questions for us. For power is rarely solitary. It circulates, it negotiates, it survives through relationships. And this brings me to my final conviction. The greatest untold politics in African governance is not merely the abuse of power by leaders, it is the surrender of power by followers. For every throne stands upon recognition, every authority depends on legitimacy. Every system survives because people, institutions, and communities participate in sustaining it. The truth should not depress us, it should empower us, because if followership helps sustain the system, followers can also help transform them. And so I close with this challenge. Let us rise as a generation of citizens who understand that obedience is not citizenship, silence is not peace, loyalty is not complicity, and followership itself may be one of the most powerful democratic resources Africa has yet fully claimed. History watches us. PANAF has done its bit. I'm doing my bit now, and so is all of us. May we refuse the comfort of blame without responsibility. May we reject the seduction of silence without conscience. And may we discover perhaps anew that followership is not weakness, it is power. And I offer a profound apology for exceeding by 4 minutes. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Charles Dixon, PhD. Thank you for that profoundly brilliant analysis and those true telling, which must define our going forward even from this. And I like what you said. You said that truth should not depress us. Thank you so much, Prince Dixon, for your contribution. We're going to be having question and answer sometimes around about noon, half the hour past noon, 12:30, 12:40. So please, let's keep our powders dry as we go along. So we're going to bring the next speaker. And I like the fact that I didn't have to prod. I was going to prod Dr. Dixon, but he quickly made the point that he knew that time was going. We want to try as much as possible to stick to time. That discipline is very, very good. So let me introduce our next speaker. That is Dr. Aminu Guzo, PhD, MNI. Dr. Guzo is a product of the American Universities, member of the National Institute, that is the foremost public sector think tank in Nigeria, and a lecturer, trained management practitioner, licensed by the Center for Management Development. In 2018, he joined the Nigeria's anti-corruption agenda as Director, Planning, Policy and Statistics at the EFCC. Later in the EFCC, he was elevated to the rank of Director of Higher Status, that is Director in charge of the entire organizational support, and he also became a coordinating director, which in corporate language would mean executive director, making him the third ranking officer in EFCC by hierarchy. He retired from public service in 2022 and was appointed as a visiting lecturer at the University of to the Sultan Macedo Institute for Peace, Leadership, and Development Studies. I'd like to welcome Professor Aminu Guzo, who will be speaking on the subtopic skilled followership or followership, as in cattle sheep, interrogating the other side of accountability in leadership. Professor Guzo, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Brother Laulu Akandi. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Well, thank you so much. I was a little bit nervous, that
I think you should tilt the top of your device so that we can see your entire face, if you choose that option.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
We can only see your, the very topmost part of your head, the forehead.
Yeah, but what do I need to do? I'm just
you need to tilt, exactly. It's getting better. You tilt the top of your device downwards.
Okay, I got you. All right, here we go. All right.
You have.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much for that correction. Yeah. Right. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of this historical event. And my brother, Charles Dickinson, has really, presented an excellent paper with regard to this subject. And may I also use this opportunity to really not only thank all of you here, but special thanks to the man behind all this, that's the general. This is a way that we can be able to, help, in changing Nigeria. I'm still hopeful, state called Nigeria. So, Olaolu, you have been doing this a lot, and I think, you may not think of the impact, but really, you are creating impact in all this we're really doing. Well, when Laul told me, and I said, really, I want to participate. I was even saying physically, because I came down to the University of Kansas. I do a lot of work, on some research strategies. And right now I'm in Chicago, and the time here, I think it's like 4:49 in the morning. But I just decided not to sleep, to wait and deliver this paper. So without wasting time, let me go ahead, and start my presentation. For decades, leadership has occupied the center of governance discourse across political science, public administration, management studies, and organizational psychology. Nations, institutions, and corporations routinely invest in leadership development programs, executive reforms, and governance structures aimed at producing effective leaders. Yet, despite these investments, governance crises persist globally. Corruption, authoritarian tendencies, institutional decay, weak public trust, and poor organizational performance continue to undermine development outcomes, particularly in emerging democracies and fragile institutional systems. This persistent governance challenge suggests that leadership alone cannot sufficiently explain governance outcomes. Increasingly, scholars argue that leadership effectiveness is inseparable from the quality of ownership or followership, and sustains, legitimize, and responds to leadership actions. Leadership, therefore, is relational, just like what Brother Dickinson says, rather than individualistic. It emerges within an ecosystem of interactions between leaders and followers. The dominant tendency in governance discourse has been to ask, why do leaders fail? Why are institutions weak? Why does corruption persist? However, A more difficult but necessary question is, why do followers tolerate poor leadership? Why do citizens repeatedly reward ineffective governance? And why do employees comply with unethical institutional practices? These questions shift attention from the supply side of governance to the demand side of accountability. Modern democratic governance increasingly recognizes citizens and institutional followers not merely as passive recipients of policies, but as co-producers of governance outcome. International best practice demonstrates that countries with sustainable governance systems often possesses high conscious citizenries capable of demanding accountability through elections, public participation, civic activism, institutional engagement, and ethical resistance. The Nordic countries, for instance, consistently rank high in governance quality, not only because of competent leadership, but also because citizens maintain high expectations regarding transparency, institutional integrity, and public service delivery. Similarly, organizational studies reveal that corporate failures such as the collapse of Enron, for example, were not caused solely by unethical executives, but also by cultures of silence, just like what Dickinson mentioned, silence, fear, and passive compliance among employees and stakeholders. This reinforces the argument that weak followership can institutionalize poor leadership. Consequently, this paper advances the central thesis that governance quality is significantly determined by the nature of followership within societies and institutions, where followers are informed, ethically grounded, and actively engaged, leadership is pressured towards accountability and performance. Conversely, where followership is passive, transactional, or emotionally manipulated, leadership often degenerates into authoritarianism, corruption, or mediocrity. The challenge of governance in Africa, and indeed globally, must therefore be reframed from a purely leadership crisis to a combined leadership followership crisis. Conceptual clarification. From followership to followership. Followership is frequently misunderstood as obedience, submissions, or subordinate loyalty. However, contemporary leadership scholarship defines followership as an active relational process involving critical engagement, shared responsibility, and mutual influence between leaders and followers. In international best practice governance and organizational systems, followers are not expected to function as silent spectators, just like what my brother just finished saying. Instead, they are regarded as stakeholders with civic and ethical responsibilities. This distinction is crucial because societies often conflate loyalty with silence and dissent with disloyalty, thereby weakening accountability structures. This paper identifies two broad archetypes. One, skill followership. Skill followership refers to followers who think critically, engage constructively, support legitimate authority responsibility, resist unethical conduct, prioritize institutional values over personal loyalty. Robert Keller's followership model identifies effective followers as individuals who combine independent, critical thinking with active engagement. Such followers strengthen institutes because they provide corrective feedback, ethical resistance, and participatory governance support. Followership. The term followership describes passive and uncritical followership characterized by blind allegiance, emotional manipulation, personality worship, fear-driven compliance, application of civic or professional responsibility. This form of followership is dangerous because it normalizes poor governance and discourages accountability. Historical authoritarian regimes often depended not only on oppressive leaders, but also on populations' condition toward obedience and silence. A relevant international example is Nazi Germany, where mass conformity, propaganda, and institutional compliance enable destructive governance outcomes. Hannah Arendt's concept of the banality of evil demonstrated how ordinary followers, through passive obedience, can sustain unethical systems. In organizational context, followership cultures produce environments where employees avoid reporting misconduct, suppress innovation, and prioritize personal survival over institutional integrity. By contrast, organizations such as Toyota, for example, industrialize participatory followership through the Kaizen philosophy, where employees at all levels are encouraged to identify inefficiencies and purpose improvements. This culture transforms followers into active contributors to institutional excellence. Thus, followership is not inherently positive or negative. Its value depends on whether it promotes accountability or enables dysfunction. Theoretical insight, the demand side of accountability. Traditional governance theories emphasize institutions, laws, and leadership structures as the primary determinants of governance outcomes. However, modern governance frameworks increasingly recognize accountability as a co-produce process involving active citizen participation. The World Bank's governance framework identifies accountability as both horizontal and vertical. Horizontal accountability involves institutional checks and balances, while vertical accountability involves citizen engagement through elections, civic activism, media participation, and public scrutiny. This demand-side perspective argues that leaders respond to incentives created by followers. Where citizens tolerate corruption, reward ethnic patronage, or disengage from governance processes, poor leadership becomes politically sustainable. Conversely, where followers active demand transparency and measurable outcomes, leaders face pressure to perform. A notable example is South Korea, where sustained civic mobilization contributed significantly to democratic consolidation and anti-corruption reforms. Citizen-led protests in 2016 to 2017 culminated in the constitutional impeachment of President Park Geun-hye, demonstrating how active followership can reinforce democratic accountability. Similarly, particularly budgeting practices in Porto Alegre illustrates internationalized followership. Citizens directly participated in budget allocation decisions, thereby improving transparency, trust, and service delivery. This theoretical shift reflects international best practice in governance reform. One, accountability is shared. Two, governance quality reflects elective civic behavior. And three, citizens are not passive observers, but governance actors. In organizational governance, this theory is equally relevant. Corporate governance systems increasingly encourage whistleblower protections, employee feedback systems, and stakeholder participation mechanisms because organizational accountability depends partly on follower engagement. Institutions such as Transparency International consistently emphasize citizen participation as essential to anti-corruption success. The implication is profound. Poor governance is not merely imposed from above. It is frequently enabled from below. Historical and global perspectives. Positive followership. The case of Franklin D. Roosevelt, the former president of the United States. The success of the New Deal, that was his system. That was what he really introduced to crush the Great Depression of 1929. Illustration, the transformative potential of skilled followership. Roosevelt introduced sweeping economic reforms during one of America's worst economic crises. Yet, the effectiveness of these policies depended heavily on public participation and trust. Citizens enrolled massively in programs such as the CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, Works Progress Administration, and Social Security initiatives. This reflected, one, trust anchored in national recovery. Two, collective sacrifice. And three, active public participation. Importantly, followers remained engaged rather than blindly submissive. Civil society organizations, labor unions, and the media continue to scrutinize policy implementation while supporting national recovery goals. This model aligns with the contemporary democratic governance best practice where constructive civil engagement strengthens reform legitimacy. Extreme followership, the case of North Korea. North Korea demonstrates the opposite extreme, coerced and rigid followership through centralized propaganda, state surveillance, and ideological conditioning. Dissent is minimized while leadership authority remains absolute, not relative. This system has produced policy continuity, two, strong centralized coordination, and three, regime stability. However, it has also generated suppression of freedoms, weak innovation, lack of accountability, and human rights concern. This case highlights an important governance lesson. Order alone does not equate to good governance. Followership that eliminates critical engagement may sustain stability while undermining justice and development. The crisis involving Boeing, for another example, and the 737 MAX aircraft, we all know about it, further demonstrates the consequences of weak institutional followership. Investigations reveal that internal concerns raised by engineers and employees were inadequately addressed due to organizational pressures and compliance culture. The result was catastrophic operational failure and reputational damage. International best practice now increasingly emphasizes 1, speak up cultures, 2, ethical reporting mechanisms, and 3, psychological safety for followers. These reforms recognize that effective organizations depend not only on strong leadership, but also on empowered followers capable of challenging flawed decisions. African context. The crisis and opportunity of followership. Africa's governance crisis has been one of the most extensive discussed themes in political science, in development studies, and in public administration. Across the continent, scholars and policy practitioners have examined issues such as corruption, weak institutions, authoritarianism tendencies, elite captured, electoral malpractice, insecurity, and development stagnation. Yet, while considerable attention has been devoted to failures of leadership, comparatively less scholarly focus has been placed on the role of followership in enabling, legitimizing, or resisting such failures. This imbalance has created a distorted governance narrative in which leaders are perceived as sole architects of political outcomes, while followers are treated merely as victims of passive observers. However, governance systems do not function in isolation from the societies that sustain them. Leaders drive legitimacy, continuity, and influence from followers who either demand accountability or normalize dysfunction. In many African contexts, patterns of weak followership have historically manifested through 1, patronage-driven political loyalty, 2, ethical and religious polarization, 4, vote trading and transactional politics, weak civic participation, silence in the face of institutional abuse, hero worship, and personality cults. These conditions weaken democratic accountability and create environments where leadership performance becomes secondary to emotional or identity-based allegiance. Nevertheless, Africa also presents important examples of transformative and conscious followership. Across the continent, civic movements, youth mobilization, pro-democracy struggles, and citizen-led accountability campaigns have demonstrated that followership can serve as a powerful force for institutional reform and democratic renewal. The rise of democratic institutions in countries such as Ghana, Botswana, and South Africa illustrates how politically conscious citizens can influence governance standards and institutional development. In these areas, active civic participation, relatively stronger institutions, and public demand for accountability contributed to improve governance stability compared to many peer states. Thus, Africa's governance challenge should not be understood merely as a crisis of leadership, but as a broader crisis of leadership followership solution relations. Malam Aminu Kano and the Talakawa, another big example to which the whole activities is dedicated to. Malam Aminu Kano remains one of the most significant political reformers in Nigerian and African political history because he fundamentally transformed the role of followers in governance. Unlike elite-driven political movements that concentrated power among aristocratic or privileged classes. Malam Aminu Kano's philosophy centered on the talakawas, the ordinary people, as conscious political actors capable of shaping governance outcomes. The Talakawa philosophy was revolutionary because it rejected passive citizenship. It emphasized political consciousness, social justice, collective participation, and accountability. Malam Aminu Kano recognized that sustainable governance reform could not occur unless ordinary citizens understood their political power and civic responsibility. What distinguished his movement was not merely characteristic or charismatic leadership, but the awakening of followership consciousness through one, political education and mass mobilization, two, grassroots participation in governance discourse, three, collective social identity, four, demand for fairness, justice, and inclusion. And last but not the least, resistance to elite domination. This aligns strongly with the Paulo Freire's theory of critical consciousness, which argues that oppressed or marginalized populations become transformative agents when they develop awareness of their socioeconomic conditions. The legacy of Malam Aminu Kano demonstrates that leadership accountability becomes inevitable when followers become informed and organized. Leaders confronted with politically conscious followers cannot govern solely through manipulation, patronage, or coercion. Instead, they are compelled to respond to public expectations and developmental demands. Importantly, Malam Aminu Kano's movement represented one of the earliest African examples of participatory political consciousness rooted in local realities rather than imported governance models. His political philosophy anticipated many principles now associated with modern participatory governance frameworks promoted by institutions such as United Nations Development Programs and World Bank. Institutionalizing followership culture, the Kano experience. One of the enduring political legacies of Kano State is the emergence of a political conscious civic culture on which governance is frequently evaluated through the development outcomes rather than symbolic rhetoric alone. This culture reflects decades of active citizen engagement shaped partly by the ideological foundations led by Malam Aminu Kano and subsequent reform-oriented political actors. Historically, Kano developed a government environment where followers maintain relatively high expectations regarding one, infrastructure development, two, public service delivery, three, educational expansion, four, economic opportunities, and five, urban modernization. This conscious followership culture created political incentives for leaders to prioritize visible development achievements. Leaders such as Audu Bako became associated with infrastructure modernization and public sector expansion, partly because governance legitimacy increasingly depended on measurable outcomes. Roads, schools, public institutions, industrial projects, and urban expansion become symbols of responsive governance demanded by citizens. A further dimension of the Kano experience, all of this happens as a result of initiative by Malam Aminu Kano. and he must be recognized for this. A further dimension of Kano experience is the sustained commitment of successive administration to human capital and institutional capacity development as a governance strategy. Beyond physical infrastructure, recent Kano governments have increasingly recognized that sustainable development depends on strengthening the competence, ethics, and responsiveness of public leadership. This orientation has become particularly visible under the administration of the current governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf, where government operations were temporarily scaled down to enable a series of rigorous executive capacity building programs for senior officials and institutional leaders across the state. These programs focus on transformational leaders, emotional intelligence, ethical governance, financial discipline, public accountability, and anti-corruption values. Such initiatives reflect an important evolution in governance philosophy, the understanding that effective leadership is not merely political, but development and institutional. The Kano example, therefore, reinforces the argument that conscious followership and visionary governance can jointly create a culture where leadership, competence, ethical conduct, and service delivery become continuous expectations rather than occasional aspiration. The phenomenon reflects on a central governance principle. Followers establish the standards to which leaders respond. Where citizens normalize mediocrity, leadership performance often declines. Where citizens consistently demand measurable progress, leaders compete to satisfy those expectations. I'm going close. I'm going close. Let me rush to conclusion if I'm passing my time.
We have gone.
How many minutes do I have, sir?
No, you hold us 10 minutes because you've gone past your time by 10 minutes. So please.
How many minutes do I have? How many minutes do I have?
So you don't have any minute left, but I'll give you 1 minute.
Oh my God. Okay, let me just rush to what do you call it? Let me rush to, sorry about that. Let me rush to conclusion, please.
We're going to compile all the papers. So if you're not able to talk about it, we will have a publication.
No problem. In conclusion, in conclusion, 1 minute. The enduring governance lesson is clear. Leaders do not emerge in isolation. They are products of the institutional cultures, political systems, and civic environments that sustain them. Leadership fails, followership must reflect. Governance falters, citizens must interrogate their own role in normalizing or resisting dysfunction. The future of governance in Africa, and indeed globally, depends on fundamental shift from passive citizenship to active civic responsibility, and from personality worship to value-based engagement, from blind loyalty to ethical accountability, and from blaming others alone to building responsible followership. Sustainable governance cannot be achieved merely through leadership change. It requires the cultivation of citizens who are informed, courageous, ethically grounded, and institutionally engaged. Ultimately, the quality of leadership a society produces and tolerates is inseparable from the quality of its followership. Thank you very much, and I apologize for taking a long time on this. My eyes were closed when I was doing this. Laoli, you know your brother, so
Thank you.
I think that's all I have for you guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Aminu Guzo. Thank you for the insights that you have shared, and I take particular note of the the rigor, in the analysis, and your conclusion that leaders do not emerge in isolation, that they are products, of a people, government and state and followers. The people that rise to the top, they are products of the system. Thank you so much. And like I said, for the purposes of the subsequent speakers, we may not be able to read everything.
To say everything, I got you. Yes.
We're going to compile all the papers. I couldn't even finish my own opening comments because of time. We want to stick to time as much as possible. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we move along. So we have also invited people that have held, just like Professor Aminu, that have held public offices. We invited scholars, writers, leaders of thought. Now, our next speaker is a politician, an elected official, Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki. Is currently a federal legislator and is holding the position of federal representative representing the Kebe Tambua constituency of Sokoto State in the 10th National Assembly, and is also the chairman of the House Committee on Shipping Services. I'm sure that many Nigerians will recall that it was Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki who alerted the nation to the differences that existed between the tax reform laws that was passed by the National Assembly and what was gazetted. So I'd like to welcome him for his remarks, Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki. You have the floor, the Nigerian congressman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawulu. Thank you very much, other participants. Very good morning to you all. Let me start again by saying good morning to General Ishola Williams, retired, who is the Executive Secretary of the Pan-Africana Strategy and Policy Research Group. My friend and collaborator, Mr. Laolu Akande, other keynote speakers, scholars, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning to you all. It is a genuine honor to be part of this conversation. And I say genuine because this is not the kind of gathering I attend out of obligation. I'm here because I believe in what we are trying to do. I must begin by saluting General Williams. He is not just a convener of conferences, he is a conscience. In a country where men of integrity are increasingly hard to find, General Williams has remained consistent, principled, and unrelenting in his pursuit of a better Nigeria. Sir, men like you give the rest of us reason to keep going. Thank you, General. Now, my remarks will focus on the role of young people in ensuring responsible followership and why I believe this may be the most important conversation Nigeria is not having loudly enough. Before I came into public service, I had built something for myself in the private sector. I was comfortable, I had options, but comfort, I discovered, has a way of becoming complicity when your country is burning. I knew that if I was serious about contributing to a new Nigeria, not just talking about it at social gatherings or lamenting on social media, I had to be in the room where decisions are made. That is why I entered politics, not to accumulate, but to participate in something larger than myself. And what I have come to understand more deeply with every person here is this: leadership alone will not save Nigeria. It has never, and it never will. What transforms nations is the contribution of effective leadership and responsible followership. The two are inseparable. A leader without an accountable citizen is a driver without a road. They will go wherever they please. During my first stint at the House of Representatives from 2015 to 2019, I co-sponsored 2 bills that spoke directly to this belief. The Yes We Can bill sought to amend the 1999 Constitution to make it mandatory for at least one appointive position whether it's ministerial appointments or otherwise, to be filled by a Nigerian below 35 years of age. And I co-sponsored the landmark Not Too Young to Run bill, which sought to lower the age barriers that have kept young Nigerians locked out of electoral politics for far too long. These were not just legislative formalities, they were a declaration of where I stand with the young people of this country. Because here is the truth that cannot be argued with. 70% of Nigerians are under 35 years. If that demographic is not meaningfully represented in the rooms where budgets are written, where policies are crafted, where the future is decided, then we are not running a democracy. We are running a gerontocracy, and then try to cover it with democracy. That is why in October 2025, in collaboration with my brother here, Mr. Laulu Akande, we launched the Future is Now project, a youth inclusion movement with clear, measurable goal. At least 50% of State House of Assembly seats occupied by Nigerians under the age of 40. 50% of House of Representative seats occupied by Nigerians under the age of 40. And also, 50% of the local government elected council should be less than 40 years old. By the next election cycle, that was our target. And that is also why I'm particularly moved to be part of this conference on followership. Because the followers, the people we are speaking about, are young. They are students, they are traders, they are farmers, they are graduates working multiple jobs to survive. Young mothers wondering if this country will give their children a fair chance. They are the majority, and far too many of them do not yet know the power they hold. Power in a democracy does not reside with the elected. It resides with those who do the electing. The moment young Nigerians fully grasp that truth, the calculation of every politician in this country will change overnight. I will give you a concrete example of what that kind of vigilance looks like from the inside. Late last year, I personally compared the tax bills reforms we had debated and passed as lawmakers with the versions that had been gazetted and released to the public. They were not the same. Clauses had changed. I stood up on the floor of the House of Representatives and said so, because the alternative was silence. And the silence is that moment will have been a betrayal of every Nigerian that those laws were meant to serve. That is what accountability looks like in practice, not as a slogan, but as a daily choice to pay attention and to speak up when it is inconvenient. That is the same energy we are asking young Nigerians to bring as followers. As a demonstration of what I believe, not merely what I say, I will not be seeking re-election into the House of Representatives in 2027. I made this clear in 2025. I cannot stand on platforms advocating for youth inclusion and then cling on my own seat. So as I said earlier, as a demonstration of what I believe, not merely what I say, I will not be seeking re-election into the House of Representatives in 2027, as I said earlier in 2025. I cannot stand on platforms advocating for youth inclusion and then cling on to my own seats. That would be hypocrisy. That sacrifice has to be real, or it means nothing. Nigeria's democracy must evolve, and the evolution requires those of us who have had our turn to genuinely make way for other young ones. One of the outcomes I hope we leave this conference with is a renewed sense of urgency, a commitment to mobilize young people to register to vote, to present themselves for election, and to hold every candidate accountable before, during, and after the polls. We need the academia, the thought leaders, civil society organizations, and the media houses to amplify this movement. Followership is not a passive one, it is an active force. When followers stand together, governments listen, insecurity gets addressed, the cost of living becomes a priority. This only happens when the followers decide, collectively and without apology, that enough is enough. With 2027 on the horizon, the window is not wide open, it is narrowing. I have a few months remaining in office, and I intend to use every one of them in service of movements like this, not because my name will not be on the ballot, but because my belief in Nigeria's young people has not wavered, and it will not. Nigeria needs citizens who refuse to be spectators. It needs followers who understand that the destiny of this country is not in the hands of any one leader, it is in theirs. In this commendable effort that General Ishola Williams and my brother Laolu Akande, alongside everyone associated with this conference, and believe that followers must rise up. We must understand the imperative of young demographic. Without an active engagement of the youth and their intentional involvement, there is no significant impact to be made. I urge us all to understand this imperative and find ways to bring the young people to the center of civil engagement. They are the ones that must rise up. They are the ones that must imbibe the noble obligations of followership. Our young people are the ones that must understand why they must calibrate the true power of the vote and the power of their voice. Young people are the ones we must target in significant numbers, because they must form the critical mass that can bring game-changing results to the way politics and governance is conducted in Nigeria. If the young people are not mobilized, we will be having a useful interaction amongst ourselves, but we won't go so far. So let me leave you with this idea that once we are able to mobilize young people to significantly and in their critical numbers understand that they should not be passive or irresponsible followers, then the objective of this international conference will have been achieved through sounding. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Fantastic. Congratulations. I have to cut in. Congratulations. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was a commandant or something, but thank you for that interjection. And thank you so much, Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki. Thank you for your very incisive message. And I make note of the fact that you have noted very critically that all of this that we are doing must actively include young people, and that is a charge that we will take forward. Once again, thank you so much, Honorable Dasuki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lalu.
Now,
Dr. Lalu, please, can you put your screen down?
Okay.
Or up, the other way.
Is it better now?
Yes, better. Yeah, right. I think it's better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we move along, and we also have the contribution from Dr. Sam Amadi. Now, Dr. Amadi is a well-known politics strategist. He's a lawyer and also a governance expert. Currently, he's the director of Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, and is a visiting professor at the Emerald Energy Institute at the University of Port Harcourt. He holds a research doctorate, that's SJD in law from Harvard, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and a Master of Public Administration, also a Master's of Law from the same institution. Between 2010 and 2015, which was when I met him, he was the chairman and CEO of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, and he presently, like I said, coordinates the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. I'd like to introduce and bring him up, Dr. Sam Amadi. Over to you, my brother.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to General and every other person involved in this conversation. I think it's about 15 minutes, so I'd like to keep it within that time. Talking about fellowship, there have been some kind of pivoting from looking at leadership as the problem, and now saying perhaps the problem is citizenship, and the quality of citizens, the quality of citizen engagement. And it comes from maybe the common wisdom that says a people get the government they deserve. And so the question has always been, which comes first, leadership or citizenship? Now, Nigeria has two problems clear. We've seen form of leadership defined as inability of leadership to focus develop consensus, and effectively intervene to change outcomes about the people, their welfare, protect them, expand, create economic wealth, ensure fair distribution, protect people, ensure equity and justice, and create what we can call the social basis of dignity for everybody. And the other problem is fellowship, and it's defined as the lack of commitment, first, about the public affairs, and the weakness of collective action in enforcing accountability. And let me take them one by one. So, how true is it that the problem is mostly leadership or mostly citizenship? Now, this is why we take it. Two of them are self-enforcing, and they are part of a broad spectrum. The Nigerian state is deficient, both in its founding ethos and its structure. Our political scientists will talk about structure and culture. And in terms of structure, they will look at capability, what they call capacity, state capacity, whether in terms of capacity, whether in terms of norms that undergate state action. So capacity. They also talk about convergence processes, different views, different perspectives being processed and then filtered, and they become part of public policy. And then we talk about, capacity for what we call assessment, thinking around, okay, how do you look back and evaluate what's going on in the state? And then, of course, conflict management resolution. So all this constitutes the structure of politics. They provide a platform for political action. But also, they are also ride on political culture, which is the behavioral side of politics, the norms, the ethics, the values. And political culture is an aggregate of individual culture. Now, there is a relationship between structure and culture. Oftentimes, the culture, the values, the beliefs create the structure. The structure themselves, the structure itself define, refine, institutionalize, and sometimes transform political culture. So that intermediation between culture and structure is also seen in the relationship between leadership and followership. Now, many scholars will say that in hierarchical, if you like, authoritarian society, where the authoritarian norms predate or predominate, where power flows top down, change should come top down. In egalitarian, decentralized societies, acephalous societies, where there are less hierarchy, where there are more interdependency between people at different levels of economic and social standing, change can flow bottom up. So if we're too naive to say, oh, bottom up change, the people themselves make changes, then we should pay attention to the nature of state-society relationship. So in Nigeria, rising from neo-feudal, in my view, to more of a neo-feudal theocratic state. A neo-feudal state, in my sense, will be a state where the relationship between citizens and, if you like, subjects, as Mahmoud Mamdani wrote famously, or between rulers and citizens, quote unquote, is characterized more by dependence, patronage, dictation, and control. Parallel what we have in the feudal age between overlords and serfs. If you have that kind of relationship, followership will also be determined by leadership. So the Nigerian failure of followership in terms of citizens themselves being coherently organized and committed and focused on extracting accountability from those who exercise political power, that failure itself has something to do with leadership failure, because leadership failure, leaders signal in such society they create the incentive structure for citizens to be active or passive. So yes, we have a followership problem, but that problem is connected structurally to the problem of leadership that we're talking about, which is also defined by the nature of state-society relationship. And I want to say something controversial here. Nigerian so-called progressive political leaders and thinkers have one problem. That problem is eating their cake and having it. The cause of Nigerian state failure and the cause of leadership disarray is structural and historic. It ties to the nature of relationship in Nigerian society, pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial, which is a society created around patronage, prerogatives, and the inability of Nigeria, the unwillingness of the Nigerian state and Nigerian actors to be radical, to transform the basic nature of that relationship is at the heart of the democracy deficit and development deficit. So I've heard today talk about what happened in Kano with Aminu Kano, the revolutionary pressures and actions in the old Kano that today we see is, some of its vestiges in the Kokwansia or other seemingly grassrooted movements. But the point is that that radical expression was truncated as well, undermined by this fascination, the Nigerian fascination with conservatism, with the neo-feudal structure of the Nigerian state. So you see that half-hearted commitment to change and transformation across Nigeria. Even those who are fighting for the public good do not want to dislodge the structure that militates against promotion of common public good defined in the sense of liberty, freedom, and real democratization of the locale. So Nigerian state, just like most Africa, and that's the part of the thesis of Mamdani Mahmood in his book, Citizen and Subject, the legacy of late colonization. And the simple thesis is that what Colonial did was to decentralize autocracy instead of democratizing the locale. So when we decentralize, we don't democratize. We basically centralize the same autocracy. And so how does this tie to the debate around citizenship? So first point is that the relationship between the Nigerian citizen and the state is disempowering in its essence and isolating. So the citizen is not really connected to the power center in the sense of a dignified person who has equal rights in real sense, although our constitution proclaims equal rights. There's always the notion that rulers, whether religious rulers or traditional rulers, emirs, obas, obis, pastors, imams, whatever they are in a situation where they are not connected, they're not the same as citizens. And we give them privileges and prerogatives, exempt them from the normal rule of law and process. And some of the citizens who manage to get into that class of leaders and rulers also see themselves transformed away from the bulk of the mass of people who are subjects. If you want to put it in political history, you can say we have continued the colonial bifurcation between VIPs and natives and citizens. So that has continued. And that's the implication of that for effective fellowship, is that citizens are disconnected, disempowered, and not really seeing themselves as the people who have the agency and the privilege to extract accountability. So accountability becomes something that we need to orient people towards. It doesn't naturally flow from the way they see themselves and the state. And the second thing that flows from this, therefore, is because leadership is constructed as contradictory or antithetic to citizenship, the citizens create a kind of a legitimation of this disconnection. And they begin to see, justify the act of brigandage and recklessness of the rulers, because there is also a normative, ideological, religious, moral complement to this exercise of power and this structural ordering of the Nigerian state, the Nigerian society. So the conservative impulse, the conservative culture creates a conservative culture that creates a conservative legitimation, and people then fit into those structuralization, structural definition of the society and the ethical, religious definition of roles and responsibility. It's difficult to transcend that these structural and cultural, barriers and boundaries, except you're able also to go against the notion of neo-feudalism. That's very important. On a practical sense, therefore, as I begin to wind up, the real challenge of fellowship in Nigeria, therefore, is can we, at three levels, one, at the level of political restructuring, political change, political development, including structure of politics and the culture of politics, create a different politics that has no preference or prerogative to any religious, theological, or traditional class. That a politics that is totally agnostic, if not opposed to these centers of power, centers of unaccountable, unelected power. So if you don't create that, clear disconnection and, in some sense, disregard for these unaccountable, unelected power centers, you might not develop a new political culture, a new political structure that will aid a recreation of civic agency that will now make followers really actively signaling and incentivizing leadership to be responsive. Second, we then might have to go three ways. So first, the way of what some may call revolutionary movement, revolutionary fervor, trying to disrupt these centers, transgress, fight them, like the Showere's, something that comes close to maybe a Showere auction. So citizens are up in arms against these people and fighting them and overthrowing them. After the independence era, we saw the Marxist, neo-Marxist movements were crafted in that sense of revolution, changing the social structure of society. But we failed largely, and I don't think it's a feasible approach now. The second approach is deepening what you can call the human rights culture and the human rights logic, which basically means, intensifying democratization through civic intercession, going to court, challenging institutions, advancing reality of rule of law, taking the declarations in the Constitution as if the leaders mean it, and forcing them to. So, for example, we go to court, the Serap goes to court, challenge excess of power, challenge how the privileges that royal institutions or religious institutions seem to get away with, push the state to really treat everybody as equal citizens, irrespective of social, economic, religious pedigree. That is the part I call intensifying democratization. And that is not just about Nigeria, it's also about Africa. It's also about the crisis of democracy in Africa. Some people say exit democracy, go back. Some people say intensify democracy. So that option would be that we take seriously, we wage a real war in terms of civic rights, in terms of creating democratic citizenship, using all the democratic intercessory tools, going to court, public advocacy, marches, protests, until we knock off the heart of this, society-state relationship that is cast more in the mode I call neo-feudalism. And the third option then would be to maybe bypass the political civil channel and construct an economic agenda around the so-called developmental state agenda. Basically say, and the thesis has always been there, that we have a great middle class, economic middle class prosperity, push away, it configures the political landscape, changes the society, state relationship, undermines centers of traditional power, and they create a new economic elite whose fortune and future ties more to, the language of democracy, of rights, and of accountability. So the idea then is maybe something close to what the Lumelu call Afro capitalism. If we fast track the economic transformation, modernization of the Nigerian state in a way that we create a very successful, powerful economic class. We create economy that's booming. We kind of transform the hinterlands into economic centers. Then we begin to create maybe something close to what happened before the Industrial Revolution, where the so-called glorious revolution in England created a mercantilist class that led the onslaught for demand for representation, and many scholars think created that unique institutional arrangement in England that led to the economic transformation of England long before other European states. So basically, if you now create a sense in which there's an expansive and active economic class, actors, whose fortune and future depends on the emergence of a truly accountable society, even if it is a new market, neoliberal society, but one that undermines different centers of unaccountable power and therefore unleashes the power of citizens qua businessmen to demand, extract accountability in the form of rule of law, in the form of fair regulation, and in the form that no aspect of the society, no power aspect is shielded from the other conflict that arises from the marketplace. These three approaches are how we can recreate civic power and fellowship. But the key point here is also ethical. And that gets back finally to the thesis by Peter Eke around the two problems. So if the Nigerian state continues to be illegitimate, continues to be seen, perceived as a state that's feudal, theocratic, not modern, not built around the concept of citizenship, then the incentive for citizens themselves to take seriously the national project and get involved with it and push for it will become less and less. And we have seen episodes that failed, episodes like NSAS, Obedient Movement, characterized by one simple fact that cities themselves kind of come together to press further the demand for equality, to create something new, to undermine centers of power, conservative traditional power. But these moments did not last, simply because the forces against them, ethnicity, religion, poverty, the narratives they are facing, and the inability to expand this coalition and keep them steady, focused on national transformation, means that sooner or later, there's always a way in which these powers are kind of, this social movement and social consciousness never crystallizes to a moment of sustained transformation. So my final word will be that if we want to blame fellowship for the Nigerian economic democracy crisis, we should note that the fellowship itself is constructed from leadership, that in a hierarchical society that's more like neo-feudal in nature, that power flows from top down, change also comes top down, that if you have a different set of leadership, they could send signals that will create a different kind of fellowship. And that because the leadership question, the leadership crisis continue to mediate down to the followers, it's difficult to have responsive citizenship or fellowship that can discipline, incentivize, and maybe transform leadership in Nigeria. Thank you so much. Maybe we can have questions and answers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamadi, for that very brilliant transition from the theoretical to the practical. Quite enriching, and I like the questions that you raised, especially your reference to the ethical debate going far back to the two publics of Peter Eke and the things that we need to do. Clearly, defining our society as not yet egalitarian, and realizing that reality, which I imagine does not invite a lot of controversy, might help us, in how we recalibrate what has to happen to hold followers accountable. Quite a very, incisive contribution. Thank you so much, Dr. Samamadi. And of course, I'm sure that I think we have one or two more contributions before we go to question and answer. I imagine that there are quite a lot of questions and contributions that we are going to be getting. Thank you so much. So we move along to Dr. Mr. Olabode Omoshola Jacob. Is the current acting head of the Department of Mathematical and Computing Science at the Thomas Adewumi University. He has a master's degree in computer science from the University of Ilorin, and currently is working on the PhD degree in the same university. He has robust practical experience in ICT over the years, which he brought into the academia, impacting students positively. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Olabode Omoshola Jacob for his contribution. The floor is yours, Mr. Olabode. Okay. I think I saw Mr. Olabode, but all right. Mr. Olabode, are you with us? Are you still with us? Or were you knocked out? Because I think I saw him. Okay. Okay, well, I would suggest then that Dr. Bode Olubore should prepare to step up, since Mr. Olabode is not immediately available. And I will go ahead to introduce Dr. Bode Olubore. Dr. Bode Olubore, immediate senior special assistant to the president, is a prominent Nigerian political economist, public affairs commentator, and an advocate of open government. He is well regarded for his structural expertise in public policy, ethical governance, and regional development across the country. Dr. Bode also champions the government to citizen G2C initiative and framework as the convener of that G2C interface, which promotes direct public accountability and community integration. I'd like to welcome Dr. Bode. Bore, over to you, my brother.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this time. Good afternoon, General Ishola Williams. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for all you do and all you've done for our nation. Let me start by introducing properly where G2C interface is coming from. While in office, I realized that there's a big gap between the people and the people in government. Now, if you define democracy properly against the way we describe it, the government for the people, all of that, it's actually a government with the involvement of the people. In other words, every of our policies, every of our implementation, in fact, should come or start somewhere from the side of the citizens, rather than a monologue where the president or the government or people in power says, this is what we want to do. You can't be too sure that is the right thing for the people. And then we're undermining somehow the capacity of the people, because you do not know if you have better suggestion, better solution from the people. If you ask people, some of us who have been in office, we will tell you, you really don't know it all. So we're opening the door for the government and the government agencies to be able to interface with the people, so that every single policy, every implementation of policy that you have to face, every solution to problems will have the touch, some kind of coloration of the people in it. Things work better, that way. As I speak today, because I like to speak about solutions instead of problems and all of that, so I may not be speaking negatively about my nation. I want to just stay away from that. Let's talk about, our role as followers and how we can actually build a better nation. So let me paint a scenario. If a visitor to our country, Nigeria, is flying in the air, coming into this country, he's still in the aeroplane, and he looks down, if he can see well, now you'll be able to see the outlay of the nation, you can see the infrastructure, you can see, majorly the outlay of the nation. And that the part of that outlay, the part of the infrastructure is where the government come in. That's the leaders now. When I say government, I'm talking leaders now. But when the person looks down and sees the orderliness, sees how we cross the road, as simple as that, how we cross the road, how we stay on the queue, how we park our cars, how we, treat our neighbors and all of that. That orderliness is a part of the followers. Now, what interests the person who is coming into your nation, actually, is that orderliness, not the infrastructure particularly. That's the community they're coming into. So they believe, oh, we're safe in this environment. I hope that makes some sense. Speaking about how, followers can make some impact. So I'm looking today at, these types of followership that we have, the traditional followers, in our environment, we have the traditional rulers and all of that. And then you have, I don't like to use that word subject, because to be honest, one question that comes out of, all of these categories is this: are the followers subjects or they are contributors to their nation? Now, in your traditional ruler, the people are basically your subjects. They cannot question you, really. If a political leader or in the political environment, now it's unfortunate, we do not become people of thoughts anymore, people of ideas anymore. We become people who are following just anybody. In fact, I don't even think that we are defining political environments the way it should be, defined, which is ideology. We've lost that. Now, we can tell the ideologies these days between the various parties that we have, unlike in the days where we grew up. And you can tell UPN is this, NPN is that. These days, they are all one. Religious environments. This one, unfortunately, makes me laugh a bit, because it looks as if in our environment these days, the man that holds the microphone is almost God. So you cannot question anything he feels or says, or any idea the person comes with, the followers believe it. If he comes in 20 years and say, oh, sorry, what I said 20 years ago was actually wrong, this is the new thing. They dispatch that one and then go by this one. So we're not thinking anymore the way we should think. In the academic environment, you might be lucky if you're in a very good school where your lecturers will actually motivate you to think. Now, you can be in a room, a lecture room, where your teacher is asking a question, and he wants to know those who do not know what he knows. That's one category of the teacher. But another one motivates you to reason. I've been in one, and he'll say, you must have an opinion. Now, if you don't have an opinion, you know what that means. You're paying monkeys. You hit peanuts. That kind of, we've had that kind of conversation. So are you able to have a mind that can speak, that can question, that can query, that can think differently, that can think out of the box, actually? Talking about having solutions to problems, of our nation. Let's look at business environments where you can either become, two, because I was having a thought about something like this recently. You can develop in the business environment, you can develop apart from profitability and all of that, we can develop a mentorship environment in there. But the opposite of that already is a competition. Do you want to be a mentee or you want to compete against your business owner? That kind of thing. It depends on how far you choose to go as a follower. I'm going somewhere. Now, as I said, the question that comes out of all of this is just one. Are you a subject or are you a contributor? Then if you look at the 4 pillars of good governance, let me move to governance now. 1, of transparency, of accountability, of the rule of law, and of participation. All these 4 suggest one thing, which is that there are 2 parties to governance, the leaders and the followers. It suggests also that there must be something close to equal contribution. As a young man, I contributed to a few things, far younger person. One is, I always believe that we can develop a self-sufficient environment in Nigeria. Number 2, I always believe that we can customize our economy. By that, it means we need to rediscover who we are by our history, by our tradition, by who we are entirely, and then begin a new life from that point. We haven't really built our nation. I'm only giving these 2 suggestions briefly to our leaders, and I want to angle it right there. So I'll move on to what is followership in my view? In my view, while in school, we came up with this, something happened. This is real life. We were told that our lecturers were going on strike as an accounting student. And we thought, what's the problem? They said it was because of, remuneration. And we felt you can't have a problem of remuneration. As accounting students, we're thinking, you can't have a problem of remuneration. Why? Because we can tell you, these are the number of students in school. This is how much we're paying. And this is the figure that you pay as remuneration. This is the excess you have. What are you doing with it? Now, I said this thing for a reason. I'm not seeing that much in the new generation of followers that we have. We're not seeing that. We're not able to come with data to our leaders and say, this, look at this. And our leaders are actually very afraid when they see evidence. The number of times our governors have gone to work quickly to construct some roads. When you come up with videos and say, look at your road, they run to it. That's our role. So I may not agree totally with one of our speakers that it's all coming from the leaders. Sometimes the leaders we have actually depicts the kind of people we are. Really. Secondly, there has to be a collaboration between the followers and the leaders. This is speaking about G2C again. There must be room. There has to be room. There has to be involvement of the people. There has to be criticism, for example. In my view, criticism isn't lambasting the government. It's proffering solutions and showing alternative views. It's ensuring that we own our country and making sure that, we are all moving forward from one stage to another stage. We're not demanding accountability, and I think we should, by exactly what I spoke about a few minutes ago, show proof, show video, show data, and question our leaders, all right? And I say here that a credible and conscious followership, let's keep that note, can only deliver responsible leadership. A credible and conscious followership can only deliver responsible leadership. Your leaders are not examples. Your leaders are example of who you are. And quality followership produces quality leadership. I think we can help more of our leaders in a country, particularly, where I was told that if someone commits a crime in the morning, by night of that day, they must have arrested somebody. And it is simply because the followers, the citizens, are playing the role. And you know what I discovered also? It's about 15% of activity that comes from what you call the security architecture. The rest of it comes from the people. Remember, somebody was arrested who shot, a young man there in the US. It was caught from around this area. It was caught from there. That is the role of followers. All of this I'm saying that we need to look more at us. Now, I carried out a research at the University of Abuja a while ago, and I asked them a question. If you had the opportunity, if you had access to a certain amount of money, like the president or the government gives you crude, for example, and you made $100 million, for example, right? And you have the opportunity, this is the question, you have the opportunity of making away with the entire money, or sharing the money with government, or giving the money back to the government. What would you choose? Now, 85% of the students say, I'm going away with the money. 85. 10% says, you know what, we're going to sit down and discover how we're going to divide that money. And only 5 says, I'll give the money to the right place, give it back to the government. This is exactly who the followers are. We really look at everyone in government who is having a public office, and instead of us to be demanding accountability and responsibility and delivery, we demand it's our turn. Let's have our own share. These roles makes me think that we need to look back home and begin to choose. Take a look at this. If we speak about participation, for example, at voting at elections, in the last 4 years, we've had this. 2023, 26.7% voters turnout, 26.71. 2019, 34.75. 2015, 43.65. Should we really be blaming the leaders we have, or the followers are not playing the role they should be playing? We're losing about 73.29%, if I'm right, in 2023. That's the amount of people who stayed home and did not vote. We cannot have a good economy that way. We cannot have a good leadership that way. Anyone who turns out becomes our leader. That becomes unfortunate. I hope I can actually stop here and say thank you for this time. God bless.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Bode, for the practical outlook that you took. I like your conclusion with your research with the University of Abuja that shows clearly that a lot of people would rather just want to have their own share and run away. Thank you so much. We're going to get to the question and answer session now before we take a little break. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 contributions, starting from Mr. Prince Dixon to Professor Guzo, Honorable Dasuki, Dr. Sam Amadi, and of course, Dr. Bode. So I think we will take the next 15 minutes because of our time for contributions or any question and answer. And the way to do it is that if you indicate on the dashboard, I have the names of everybody here, that you would like to ask a question or make a quick contribution so that we can have more people contributing. Just indicate so that I can call on to you, or if it is more convenient to just essentially essentially unmute yourself, but I hope that will not be rowdy because we still have to decide one person at a time. All right. I think I'm going to call Mr. Umjure African Man to go ahead and ask a question or make a quick contribution because I can see that his hand is up. African Man, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mine is a question, though I'm going to make a presentation later. So I just want to ask a question. In a scenario whereby, because I've listened to the speakers and they spoke so eloquently and so impressively. Now, in a situation whereby the followers, we have agreed that the followers and leaders are problem. So in this kind of scenario now, what should we do? We already know that these two categories of people are the problem. What should we do to salvage the situation? Because now we are talking of the conscience of these two individuals. These people have agreed that Nigeria should be in this present situation, and Nigeria is in this present situation. Like what General will say, we are jokers. So how do we salvage us from this present situation? So I really hope that the speakers so far, any of them, can respond to this. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. So what I will do is that I'll take a few questions. Like he has said, anybody can respond to it. And also when you ask a question, you're also free to say that this is the person that you're addressing it to. But when you don't do so, that I can take that initiative. Let's take one or two more. Mr. Adebayo Ajala, please go ahead. Mr. Ajala, please unmute yourself and please go ahead with your question.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. One of the big problems I think we have is that invite for this program was sent to many people. And I cross-check and see how many people are on it. So we are not yet ready to solve any problem. It's not going to be, the problem is not going to be solved by selected people. This is not 20% doing the work of 100 people. It's at time we all become part of the solution to issues we have in Nigeria. Secondly, sir, I think there is a loss of mentality because I remember when we were in school, when people come to speak to students, we go to attend those seminars, conferences, and whatever. But now in the universities, they don't go unless there is item 7. So I don't know, the decadence is so high, and I'm worried also that even the last statistics that was brought forward by the last speaker, the number of people who turn out to vote is getting too low, and the way Amana people are registered is also problematic. I'm privileged to be living in the UK now, and I know how people register for votes. Irrespective of wherever you register online, you don't go and do all this waste of time thing. So everybody has a list, and when the election comes, you don't close down the country because of election. So there are so many issues that we have to. And one question I've been asking myself for a while is that, do we have political parties or we have political clubs? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ajala. We will take one more question and then we will get responses. Mr. Benson, please go ahead. Mr. Benson, go ahead. Mr. Benson, you need to unmute yourself. Mr. Benson, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, sir.
Right, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Very huge thanks to the presenters. Yeah, I have a feeling that the definition of citizenship from the perspective of the followers is largely elitist. During elections, the people that decide election, the votes are not here, and they are not going to be here on this platform. We go to our villages. These people are not here and they can't be here. How do we reach them? That's one of the problems. And right now we see the primaries we are talking, because these are the citizens we are talking about, not those who can, well, we can rightly say, well, they can distinguish between their rights and left on the basis of perhaps some form of education, even though education has not really trickled down into their hearts. And so if we stick to this elitist perspective of citizenship, it appears to me that the remobilization will be difficult, because we do not, on the middle, if we still have middle class, we do not determine to a very large extent who elects those who will rule us. I deliberately use the word rule, because I do not believe we have leaders at this moment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Benson. So we're going to treat those 3 questions, and I'm just going to follow the pattern of the delivery. I'm going to identify 3 of our speakers to respond, starting from our first speaker, Prince Dixon. Prince Dixon, if you can take the first question from Africa Man, it says that, so what should we do? That we have a situation where both leaders and followers are the problems. What should we do? How do we salvage the situation? Dr. Prince Charles, please take it over.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, permit me to say very quickly that I do not agree that both leaders and followers are the problem. And I'm intentional about that. Over time, there's been this tendency to have conversations around Nigeria, around Africa, about Nigeria, about Africa, with some sense of fatalism. There's this fatalistic finality at which we discuss ourselves. We seem to hit the nail on a death sentence. So let me say, for example, I am not a bad leader. I lead a family of a wife and 2 young men, and I'm not a bad husband. I know that. I also run a small firm, and I'm not a bad leader. We are not all bad leaders. And then I am part of a congregation in which I fellowship, and I'm not a bad follower. I also am responsible as a citizen in terms of my taxes, in terms of my civic duties. I'm not a bad follower. So there's this tendency to say we are all bad, hence it is bad. No, but they just spoke, and I love Dr. Bodi. He said something about, I will not speak about Nigeria in the negativity. We seem to have, the reason I'm here is because of General Ishola, and he's not a bad person. And the sum totality of almost 20 or thereabout of us who have gathered here are not bad people. So there's a sense of a generalization that punishes the good people for the deeds of the majority as being bad. So I don't agree. Now, number 2, and permit me to quickly delve into the other 2 questions. We are work in progress. And I like the fact that Dr. Amadi alluded to the fact that the so-called progressives are part of the problem because they want to eat their cake and have it. But then we're still a work in progress because Dr. Amadi himself is a progressive. And the last time I checked, I'm not sure he wants to also eat his cake and have it. And finally, again, I would say to the other comment or question from my brother in the UK, it's taken over 700 or how many years of the UK parliamentary system to get to where they are, and they still throw chairs in the parliament. That does not say we should not ask for more. But this is me saying that it's a generational stride, and a generational stride will come with a generational change. When Martin Luther said he had a dream, I'm not sure it was the whole of the Black Afro-American community that had that same dream. So we don't give up because it's just a handful of us. I'll tell you this. I can't remember the last time I've been on a Zoom since 10 o'clock, and I'm still on that same Zoom till now. It means that there's a conversation that's going on here that I believe in. It means that I believe in what it is that we're having here. And sometimes it doesn't require us having 1 million people for that change to happen. Thank you so very much.
Much for that very quick, prompt, and incisive response. I'll take it to Dr. Aminu Guzo to also, give his take on those questions as quickly as possible.
As possible. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Laulu Akande. I think I concur greatly with Brother Dickinson, Prince. Now, you see, we have to. I've been called upon this. I got my own things going on, but I know that when Laulu really asked me to do that, I'm highly, highly committed to his call. And not only that, knowing more about the man behind all this, the general, the kind of leadership he's bringing in, the integrity, he has been enjoying, the simple life he has been taking, and, trying also not necessarily to honor himself on this. Even if he do, we're still going to be there to back him, but also finding somebody there towards the end, the other end of Nigeria, called Kano, to find somebody that to dedicate, this, on him. This is leadership. And honestly speaking, somebody was saying that, people are, when they ask people to come, people are not showing. It doesn't matter. We can be few, but we're very, very strong and very powerful. We believe in this. Anything you really arrange, honestly speaking, if the ideologies you put out there, and you have out of 1,000, you have 1 or 2 persons to work with that such ideologies positively, you have achieved something. Now, I don't see the also question, about the item 7 and what have you, in the university. I'm a visiting professor with the University of Abuja, Sultan Machido Institute of Peace, Leadership, and Development Studies. Now, I teach both PhD students as well as the, the undergraduates, even level 2 on this capacity. And I tell people, don't waste your time to think that Nigeria is not being fixed. Nigeria is this, Nigeria. No. When I train, what about you? What is your responsibility? I train all the people there in for example, in NAFDAC. And I told all the leaders, anybody who say Nigeria is this, yes, Nigeria is this, is bad. We're not happy about it. And we have to talk about it. But that should not be our guiding principle on what we do. What do we do individually? Otherwise, we can change. We can bring changes anyhow. So with this, I always feel that, what we're doing now, the people who really took their time to be here, I've been here since 4 a.m., this, the American time. But I enjoy it. I'm really having fun. And I can't wait. I've been bothering Laulu Akande since 3 days ago, sending him text. Send me the link. Send me the link. Why? Because we have to come together and look at the level, look at the cumulative result we're getting out of this. So in closing, my response to this, may I use this opportunity once again to thank, our brother, the general, for, even if I don't know the general, but I can, anybody that I know really aligns well with, what's his name, Laulu Akande, is a good man, period. But I went ahead and did my own personal research, and I really found out that, general is really a general. There are people who are just wheelchair generals, but you are really a general. And I appreciate that. And your leadership is very, very inspiring, not only to the young people, even with Aminu Gusau. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aminu Gusau. I will also call Honorable Dasuki to make a quick response to the questions and the observations. I'm just following the order of all our speakers so that everybody wants to respond gets the chance to.
Thank you, Mr. Laulu and other participants. Like you said, a quick one. I think the solution here is action. I like to say this wherever I find myself. You know, in Nigeria, there's nothing new to be said. What is lacking is the will to implement what is expected to be implemented. Nothing more than that. 1, 2, 3 of us can hit the streets and make the relevant change that is required. It's that determination and the will that is required. So once we have 1, 2, 3 leaders at this material time moving on the streets to draw their attention on the followers, I can assure you significant changes will definitely be made. So from my own part, I think those that have spoken are of the opinion that, you know, we have said it and the majority of the people are not there. We have other critical roles to play. Some of us are young, less than 50. And I can assure you in the next couple of weeks and months, you'll be seeing us, you know, amplifying what we're doing today is draw the young people, come out, participate, be active, you know, and make sure that the decision that you have taken is definitely being implemented. So hours after this meeting, I think my takeaway and every other person here is to make sure that what is being discussed here is being implemented out there. Let's all be ambassadors. You know, let's make sure that the followers in their numbers, you know, yes, I've had the numbers, how they keep coming down, the statistics of, you know, voters not interested or the average Nigerian not interested. I can assure you with determination, we can make a difference. So all of us, one of our takeaways, you know, at this international conference is that we have to be deliberate to make sure that we get the followers involved and engaged. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Representative Dasuki. Thank you for the contribution. So we're going to take 2 more responses from Dr. Amadi and then finally from Dr. Bode. Now, before Dr. Amadi speaks, there's a programming note. We're going to take a break after this question and answer, a very short break. I will tell us how long it's going to be. But at the beginning of the next session, General Shola Williams will be speaking. You know, so I wanted to make that programming note. But I hand it over now to Dr. Amadi to give his quick response.
Well, thank you so much, my brother. I think response just 2 points. One is people are saying, yes, it might not be the last speaker said it might not be leadership problem alone. But again, my question would be, why is it that the Nigerian citizens are active in their church, active in their village? My village people hold meeting in my office every first Sunday of the month, and discussions are very intense. Every time they're scrutinizing the president, who is himself financing much of the activity. He has to explain every naira, every kobo spent. He has to give the report about every visit we hold, funeral we attend, whoever died, and everything we do, just everything. Pushed him, is keep explaining and explaining. So if that's a model, then we'll have active Nigerian citizens. So the question then is, why are they doing that in their communities, doing that in their associations, doing that on Twitter, calling people out and canceling people, doing that in churches or mosques where they belong to, but they don't do it with their state governors, with their president. So I believe in explanation, and I believe in seeking explanation. There must be a reason why, and that's why I talked about this. There must be some sociological, political, cultural, structural issues that make it difficult, easier to extract accountability from your church leader, from your barakbo leader, from your social leader, but never from people in government. So that crisis of legitimacy and crisis of belonging has to be sorted out. I mean, it's good to say, oh, Nigerians should do this, they can volunteer for criminals, but when you know that the criminal will be allowed to come and hit you back, when you know that everybody is basically viable. I mean, I tell somebody, if I'm president of this country, the first thing I do is to counsel with police. I will ask every police officer to reapply at the nearest police station I will appoint a competent private sector CEO or management guy to be the administrator of the Nigerian police for 6 months and recreate a DNA that clearly was created under colonial rule that continues. So if you report crimes and a criminal, in fact, there's a story, let me end this story, a story of a criminal, armed criminal that was kidnapped, a kidnapper caught. And as they were taking him in the van of the Hilux going to, he was warning the police officer, you will regret when you get to that place, they will release me, and then you are going to suffer. You will be suffering. The audacity of the criminal, because he knows he will be set free when he gets to that place. And the police officer will suffer for daring to arrest him. So if you're living in a criminal state, basically, a state where the criminal runs the show, the criminal is free because of the structural state, then what happens in London where citizens volunteer information? It will not happen. So I just want to put it in stark reality that the crisis of followership relates to the crisis of structure of state-society relationship and leadership, really. Again, final word. So I would then say that, look, we really need to, we can't give up hope. And if we can't even change the center, if we can't change leadership, at least we keep on trying to create first knowledge about the problem. That is a Nigerian pastime of building commitment, passion, and without understanding the problem. And that's really, and they say Nigerians talk too much. It's okay, this, if they say we know the problem, let's solve the problem. Let's be patriotic. No, the real job from us, our government, is to help the people have real understanding about their predicament. What causes what? Why are we in this mess? So with that knowledge, you begin to see people transcend. And that's why the Abuja School, we designed our leadership program, not around values, vision, more around the political economy, understanding power, the dialectics of power and society. And you see why people who mean well, many of them get to power, they never deliver. So it's now time to have the real knowledge, not just this notion of aspire to aspire, vision, love your country. There's something really wrong about the structure. And that's where not structure in terms of state creation, federal government, but structure in the sense of how the state and society relate and influence each other. Thank you so much for this good conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Sam Amadi. Before I bring up Dr. Bode, I see two more hands, so I'm going to allow those two questions, and then the response will come from those they want to direct it to, or if they don't, then we just continue with the order. So Dr. Bode, you're going to make your comment, for sure, but just please hold on because there are two more questions. Now, who is the mentoring commandant? The person has not identified himself properly, but I'm sure that he has spoken. So we're going to listen to his question very quickly. And then I see that retired General Shola Williams also has a question. So let's start very quickly. Mentoring commandant, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mentoring Commandant Alistair. I'm a former global chairman of Nigerians in the Diaspora Organization. I have been in the Nigerian politics for a while. I'm a retired young man. I started the first Black media company in Europe, and now we're moving into Africa to begin to strategize and help build the media industry in the continent of Africa. Thank you very much to Abdul Salam for your comment. Now, you really said something that touches the heart of people, which is that you're living your wonderful slot to encourage other people to go into politics. Now, I'm just hoping that it's not too late, because 2027 is coming, it's already here, and many of the political parties are already allocating their tickets to the potential. What can we do within this period to encourage that number of youth that you're talking about to go into the politics and hopefully be able to get the ticket of different political parties? And of course, to my good brother as well, Dr. Sam, you have talked about the issue of leadership, either those through faith, why are people being able to follow their community engagement, but they're not following the political dispensation. And I think, without any doubt, that the issue of leadership, seeing people in leadership position committing what ordinary citizen cannot do and yet go free encourages other people to follow that. A tree produces a fruit of similar nature. So our younger generation or older generation seeing things that the politicians do and get away with it does not encourage anybody to go to another industry or profession. When I visit Nigeria and we're at the traffic light, the ordinary traffic light, and you see a person come in the convoy and immediately pass, overtake us, and try to even beat us because they don't know who we are sitting in our own car, that is lawlessness. So as we talk about Nigeria, what happened in the north, in Katsina, what happened in Lagos, people say, oh, you don't know. The global news now, the global industry, the global media allow people to know whatever is happening in your community, in your area. And as Nigerians, we must do things that would hopefully strategize and put us in the position that we think we should be. And I commend the organizers of this event today. And I thank you actually for me coming across it to join and to listen to the conversation. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mentoring Commander Alista. Thank you for introducing yourself. Just before I go to General, I want to make a quick anecdote, about the convoys that break the traffic light. I worked for 8 years with the vice president, and it was a tug of war between him and his aides. He says that as vice president, he must obey the traffic light. And those Charles insists that on security note, he cannot. There are times when he says, look, you guys, you don't know what you are doing. So I just share that anecdote to say that there are leaders who are willing to do what is right, but they are often at times, saying that, look, people tell them this is how it's done, and all kinds of stuff. Just an anecdote to share. We go on to General Ishola Williams, and then we will get the responses from our speakers. General Williams, please.
Thank you. Just on quick, not comment really. I have written a message to Dr. Minuguso on the chat page. Please look at it. I've been having a conversation with Professor Kuna on a fellowship lab. Okay. And to have pioneer fellows, senior fellows and fellows, research fellows for that lab. Yes, and sir. Setting up of a journal of followership studies in Africa. We need to create one. There's none existing as at now. And then I want to please invite Samad. We've had a webinar together on parliamentarian, but I've not heard anything from him. But now he raised some issues, and thanks to him, on the flaws in the electoral bill and the electoral laws now, as they are. We are having a workshop on that electoral flaws, on those electoral flaws, and we would like him to be part, at least if he can come on the first day, on the 11th of June. We'll be very, very grateful to him, and also to be our focal point in the House of Representatives for whatever we produce from that workshop. Those are the comments those are the issues I want to read right now. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. So what I will do is that, interesting, the last two contributors have addressed their questions to specific people, so we're going to come to them. But first, I'm going to allow Dr. Bode Bore to also make his own responses as quickly as possible. And then we come to Representative Dasuki, Dr. Amadi, and Dr. Aminu, who were specifically mentioned. Dr. Bore, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the man who envisioned the new Dubai that we have right now, says this. He said, human beings live with hope, and societies are built on the power of hope. Now, that's addressing the first question and even the second. We must continue to keep hope alive for Nigeria. Now, one of the things I noticed is this. We have not really come together as a people to know what kind of nation we want. You know, if you're going to a destination and you don't know where you're going, you're not likely to know the vehicle that will take you there, and you're not likely to know the driver that will do that because you have not decided on where we're going. And if you look at the number of people who speak on the internet or speak publicly about politics these days, Nigerian citizens, you can hear divergent opinions. They're not sure. We're just political, following people like sheep. And we're not following based on, you know, let your mind tell you who should take you there. Who is the right leader? You've not checked on this person. You hear people say certain things and you're wondering, does he know what he's talking about? But you follow him because, you know, the word sheep still, right? Now, I say this other word that we need to take ownership of our nation. We need to take ownership of our nation. Let me address the first person who asked that question. He says, you know, these two people are the problem, the followers and the leaders. So what do we do? What do we do to make, can I break it to him? You are either of the two, bro. You are either a leader or you're a follower, and I think you're a follower. You are part of what we're talking about. They are not, it's not we against them or them against us. You are either here or there, just those two parts. You are part of it. Then let me go to the man, you know, let me say we are a work in progress indeed. Every nation wants to be an America. The United States democracy is 237 years old. We are just 66 years old. There's a lot of hope for Nigeria. We need to keep that hope alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bore. Thank you for making it brief and quite in-depth. Thank you so much. So I will now specifically call those that have been particularly mentioned, starting from Honorable Dasuki. There's a question, two questions for Honorable Dasuki, one from mentoring Commandant Alista and one from General Williams on specific request. So Representative Dasuki, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, convener. Maybe straight to the first question. That's the captain. He made mention that I said I was not contesting. I think I made this clear as far back as last year that you know, we are championing a cause for the younger generation. That the youth below 40 are more than 70%. And for me to champion such a cause together with the convener here, we need to get people that belong into that bracket. And I thought that sacrifice had to be made to show commitment to what we're saying. So I believe my generation, we should start practicing what we're preaching. And I decided to make that sacrifice. And I can tell you, you know, the candidate that emerged in my constituency, by God's grace, to take over from me belongs to that young generation. So it's not something that I just announced today or recently. No, it happened quite a long time ago. And with regards to the general's observation, the first one, he made mention of the parliamentary system that we were advocating. General, sir, in the parliament, we have a procedure for making laws. And the moment, you know, we finish our advocacy, we bring it for the first, second reading, then is the discretion of the House to put it up, you know, for discussion and for public hearing. So we did ours, and maybe if you've read sometime early 2025, the House of Representatives considered the amendment bills, but till date, you know, the leadership has not brought it forward for further deliberations and consideration. That's why, you know, we're a bit, you know, we are not discussing it, and it's a bit, because there was no interest, you know, from the executive and the leadership of the National Assembly. They decided to leave it in the coolers. Then with regards to the electoral law amendment, I've taken note of your request for my presence at June 11. God willing, sir, I'll do whatever I can, you know, to make sure I'm available for you. So I've taken note of that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Representative. The General also said that he wants you to be our focal point in the House of Representatives. I hope you took note of that.
Well, sir, I've taken note of that because together maybe with Mr. Laolu, he can tell you I've been advocating for that and I've accepted this responsibility from you, sir. And I'll do just that by God's grace.
Thank you so much, Representative. Thank you so much. So we move on to Dr. Amadi, who also had a specific question directed to him. Dr. Sam.
Okay, no, please can you remind me the question again?
Okay, so it says that people follow the country. Your point that people follow their community, people are engaged in their churches, but they don't follow their political leaders. You know, that was the comment. So
yes.
Alita was commenting on that. So I guess maybe if you have a response.
Okay. See, I think two things can be true and correct at the same time. The point is this. Now, I think I don't know why, but I have to emphasize this leadership. By the way, leadership is not just formal leadership. Leadership is also influence at different levels. So even the civic leadership themselves, economic, political leadership, community leadership, they are all part of the leadership problem. The key point here is a sense in which people, political culture is a function of political beliefs. When people think that something is not valuable, then they're not likely going to invest time cultivating, nurturing that. And the work of leadership is to recreate hope again, to create back in people's hearts the value of that thing that they have lost value in. People don't have so much value for the Nigerian state. That's the way to explain it. They have more value for their community state, if you like. When they die, the people come funeral, help to take their coffin home. If they fall into economic bad patches, they contribute some funds, help them. But the state, Nigerian state has one of the least social security. There's just basically little the Nigerian citizen really points to as a value proposition for the state. In fact, many people now think, including our children, the Nigerian state is now a perpetrator. It's a net deficit. It's the one that's hurting them, not in any way helping them. And so it follows that the level of the kind of fellowship that we want, we won't get that until somebody comes up to change that dynamics. And again, let's look at real countries. Look at Korea. It's General Park. And one of the things that General Park did was to, again, agrarian revolution. He changed agrarian reform, gave back land and livelihood to smallholder farmers as against the mercantilists who were under the Chinese dominance, who were. So he basically upturned the social order. And that's the heart of Korean movement. If you go anywhere in the world, these transformations, even if it's China with Deng for 1978, you can see a sense in which there is a massive structural change by wise leaders that reignite, recreate a different civic consciousness and civic action. And that's where China is today, maintaining the same, reform of Mao time. Somebody came in and changed it and created a new sense of what it means to be China and this commitment to economic growth and survival in a difficult world. We talk about Dubai. These are also elitism. Leadership came and recreated a vision and established that vision. So the point I'm trying to make is that there's a gravitational push, which that when the society or the institution you belong to is not valuable, and valuable from the proportion of those who depend on it, what they get from it, you won't have the level of civic engagement that we want to see when we talk about the problem is Nigeria has poor followership. But again, it's because the average Nigerian citizen sees the Nigerian state as a problem rather than a solution to any of the socio-economic crises he faces, whether it's healthcare, access to education, justice, fairness. If they catch you and kill you now for being a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew or a thief person or a Fulani person, will the Nigerian state really bother about you? So these important questions are at the heart of the failure. And that's why when Nigerians now became British or become Americans, you see they recover their civic voice. They march to Capitol. They march to 10 Downing. They write letters to constituents. What changed? Is it genetic? No. They have come into a new social contract where there's a real sense in which they are citizens. And that gives them voice and commitment to do what citizens do, intercede through protest, through letters, through other forms. But here, and that's what happened in their community. So when we come to our village meeting, everybody feels like equal. The poor, the rich, everybody feels empowered. So you ask questions, they're bound to respond to you. they come by themselves and account to you, because there are informal mechanisms for accountability. If somebody's investors are found, if we can't get him here, they go to the village and report him. His parents will be calling him. Maybe they ostracize him. So these informal rules, what Douglas North calls institutions, both formal and informal, those things determine the quality of action that citizens do. So that's the point I was trying to raise. And that's why those in diaspora feel empowered. They have greater citizenship, even though they are immigrants. Some of them are even illegal or irregular immigrants who are facing different levels of state antagonism. But they are still more effective citizens in those state of structural racism than even those of us who are here. Not that anybody stops us, but that's no point. Why should I go to look at the kids who are in the forest, school children? Now that the leading parties or opposition leaders have been strong command. Last night I was talking to some people, I said, maybe I should even go to National Assembly and wear shirt and raise voice and go and protest alone. Now, if I do that in the UK or elsewhere, because the structure of relationship is that if that moment becomes viral, goes viral, people will lose their election. But here in Nigeria, and that's the point, part of it, even if some active citizens take action to talk about that, to demonstrate against it, it does not make Tinubu lose the next election. And therefore, Tinubu is not likely going to pay attention. Just last point, when the president went to Jos to go and commiserate with those who were affected, and they had to drag them from the villages to the airport to see the president because there's no light, the president cannot convince himself. I was speaking to a professor of economics in Nigeria, and I was lamenting. I said, can't the government tell the president, no, Mr. President, this one is too low, we can't do this. We can't drag this out of their misery and mourning to come and just shake hands with you. That's really inhuman. I was wondering, why can't they say, what the professor told me? He said, Sam, you've forgotten how much Nigerians have lost their agency, common agency. You think it's easy. Now, if that woman, the widow of those who were killed, has a son in the government service, and he rebuffs the governor, say, I'm not going to bring more indignity to myself to go and see the president when I'm mourning, you'll be shocked that the son may lose his job. The small job where he's earning money. So it will be all losses for that woman. And at that point, there's no agency, there's no citizenship, there's no power to say no. And that's where we are today in this country. So when we blame the victims in terms of saying, citizens can, we assume that there's actually real citizenship in the sense that people can act and act without damnifying themselves, or that their action can even be meaningful. So you do meaningless actions repeatedly, next time you don't bother. So that's really the way I respond to Alistair.
All right. Thank you so much. I almost said that is very, very depressing, but, to the extent that we are talking about these things, we are organizing, I think there is a glimmer of hope because it won't stop. Thank you so much, Dr. Amadi. Now, I see the general's hand is raised. So is that the old hand that was raised, or General, you wanted to say something? Because I want one more.
Yes, I want to, very quick.
Okay, go ahead.
We organize this conference, we have organized this conference every May. We need a lot of support if we are really going to make it national and international. Most of the speakers are in a position to be able to help and support us. For this time in 2027, May next year, if you are ready to support us, please let Mr. Conde know, and then we can start planning immediately. We need to make it international. This is one unique conference in the world that we can make Nigeria the home. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, General. Of course, we are going to also get all the necessary support, the collaboration. The attendance has been very impressive, and the contribution even quite of a higher level. So we will follow up with all our guests and do some more. Like I said, in the second segment in the afternoon, General himself is going to speak, and some of the speakers also include Professor Nimi Wariboko from the United States. But one last comment, and then we'll take a break for Professor Aminu Guzo to respond to what the General said about a fellowship lab. Dr. Guzo, please.
Yes, sure. I'm listening. Actually, I sent you a text. So I heard what I think we can do that. We may even do more, but I would love, I'll be returning back to Nigeria on Monday, and I will meet with you, but it's well noted. I will meet with you, and then we'd have that discussion on that. But I'm just giving assurance that whatever General wants, no matter what, I'll make sure that really we were able to do it.
Okay.
With no doubt. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aminu Guzo. I look forward to your return, safe return.
No problem.
And thank you so much, all of our speakers. We are going to take a break, but I imagine that we can shorten our break so that we can continue this conversation. But I think it's wise to take a little break and stretch, so that we are not kept sitting down for too long. So I will suggest that we take a 15 minutes to 20 minutes break. Now, the time now is 13:02. So if we can resume at 20 minutes after, sorry, 30, no, that's 1:02, that's 2 minutes after 1 o'clock. I think we can resume at maybe 1:20, 20 minutes
Mr.
after 2 o'clock.
Mr.
Yes.
Akande, let me draw your attention. Today is Friday, please. And we're intentional about that break because of Juma. For those that may want to go and observe the Juma prayers. And that's why we had that 1 hour break. So I would suggest that we allow that break and everybody can reconvene by 2.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Well done, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So we will take a break and resume at 2 o'clock so that our brethren who may want to pray gets the opportunity. But we are going to keep the platform live, but we're going to be off until 2 p.m. Until 2 p.m. Thank you so much, everybody.
Is that 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Nigerian time or 2 p.m. in where Dr. Gusau is?
No.
That's a very good question. Me, I'm going to bed.
Time. 2 p.m. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
That's a good one.
So I'll pause the recording. Once we come back and reconvene, then I'll start the recording again. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this wonderful conversation.
Thank you
we
so
appreciate
much.
you all for your wonderful presentations.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
Cancer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Salalu Akande.
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, sir. So I'll start the recording on the dot of 2 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Ooh.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 2:00 on the dot, and we want to proceed with the final session of this international conference on followership dedicated to the memory and in honor of Alhaji Aminu Kano. In the morning of the first session, we had a plethora of speakers, and we had a question and answer session to conclude the first session. We will be proceeding with the second session. I note that, okay, we're probably going to be picking up more of our participants. Quite a bit of them have probably stepped away. Hopefully, more people will join. So I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker in this session. We're going to have, in this session, by the way, Major General Ishola Williams retired, Comrade Destiny Alele, Comrade Ide Gospower, and Ambassador Sunday Umujere, himself, and then finally Professor Nimi Wariboko from the Boston University. So let me just quickly, introduce General Williams. I think we all don't know him, but is the inspiration behind this. Is the reason why I am in this, because of the example, that he represents. And as we all know, he's a highly respected retired Nigerian Army officer, widely celebrated as one of the military's most principled and incorruptible figures, and that is so ever true. He famously resigned from the military in July of 1993 in what I believe is a moral protest against General Sani Abacha's impending military coup or takeover of government and the subversion of the democratic process. Up until now, General Williams continued to speak out with a lot of truth, boldness, and conviction that Nigeria deserves a lot more. He's a prominent political and social activist. He's a consultant, and he's the executive secretary of Panastrat. I'd like to introduce and hand over to General Williams. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am very happy that Professor Kuna, who has been part of the trio that started this project together,
You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, I'm happy that Professor Mohamed Kuna has been able to rejoin us after going on some holidays, from Sokoto to Gombe. So, welcome back again to the trio who started this project of followership studies. Let me start my discussion with 3 quotations. One of them is very appropriate to this issue of followership studies by a South African who wrote that until the majority of the people understand political systems, legal systems, and economic systems, if not, democracy and free market system will only serve the skilled followership and oppress the followership, those who behave like sheep. We are also very familiar too that one of the things that the so-called political leaders face as being able to serve the people is their inability to do what former president of Uruguay, very well known for being the poorest president in the world. His name is Joseph Mujica Cordano. And he says that if majority are supposed to decide in a democracy, as I see it, leaders must tend to live like the majority of their people, not like the minority. Does that make sense? And the last one is the famous Machiavelli. There's nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in the success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things, because the innovator has for adversaries all those who have done well under the old conditions, and lukewarm defenders in those who may not do well under the new. That, of course, is the situation all over the world, and especially in Nigeria and all over Africa. But then we can take refuge in what the old Greeks have said, that in every country there are some wise people who did the right thing, there are some wise people who are very selfish, and there are idiots and fools who just follow. As long as their own interests are satisfied, they do not care. Like one of my young friends called it, most people hustle. And if their hustle can bring them something, who cares about governance? So that's the situation we face. And all this has to do, like the first quotation, in understanding political, economic, and legal system. And that requires some skill as a follower, which 90% of the people in most countries do not bother about. In those countries where they have skill scholarship, they have the skill, but they have some other interest. So if we take the case of United States, race, so that's why Trump is there, partly so. And therefore, interest also do come in any political system by followers. But basically, we have 3 dimensions of every human being. One is economic. As an individual, what do I get from what I'm doing? If you don't ask yourself that question, you want to become a monk, of which you don't need to hustle. And even monks too, they hustle after spirituality. They want to go to heaven. They want to attain the nirvana. But most people, they are looking for money. And money has become a god. We got to accept that. The second area is psychological. Lack of self-control, self-interest, emotion, greed and fear, belief and faith, and of course, those who want to reach self-actualization through wealth. And most people are in that psychological category. We all live in a society. That society is supposed to be a limiting environment or ecosystem for our selfishness, because we have to live in a community. And if the community suffers, everybody suffers in that community. The communities make up local governments, local government make up states, states make up the nation. So if selfishness is scaled up, then that nation suffers. And the majority of the people are ethnocentric or self-interested, that nation will suffer. And therefore, culture becomes a conflict. Health becomes self. Education is what can I get from it? And protection is like the government of Nigeria is telling everybody, protect yourself. And that's why Igboho want to set up a security outfit to go and clear the forest of bandits in Southwest, even though we have forest guards, we have Amotekun, we have also hunters group, and so on. But government exists to provide safety, security, and development. In short, government exists to provide freedom from fear and freedom from needs. What are these needs? Health, number one. Shelter, number two. Food, number three. An environment to travel, to thrive, to travel and to thrive economically. That is what government exists for. Okay. And in doing that, in terms of safety, the government must be able to protect people and deter crime, violence, terrorism, and silent aggression. For those who refuse to be deterred, or groups that refuse not to stop violent and extreme violence, the government must use minimum to maximum force where deterrent fails. That's why you have the military for external aggression and public safety agencies like the police. And that's why you have paramilitary police, which we do not understand in Nigeria. We have turned army into paramilitary police. And all these are done to reassure the citizens that the state had the capacity to maintain rule of law, safety, law and order, and restore stability all the time. It appeared that our present regime and many all over Africa are not able to do that. In order to have freedom from needs, environment for food, for shelter, for school, hospitals that can provide adequate services to people are indispensable. On the psychological side, the government will respect the rights, but the followers too must have sense of responsibilities. Presently, most Nigerians are irresponsible. They do not understand their civil and social duties to family, community, and the state. Now, when you come to economic and business, the job of the government is to provide an enabling environment, because human beings are selfish. The government must regulate the free market or the market economy, which is sort of oppressing majority of the people today because the regulatory bodies are not working. On the other hand, the private sector must be ethical. And that's why they have corporate social responsibility. The market women do not understand that, so they cheat all the time. When you go into a shop that has no price on its item or product, that shop is going to cheat you. For sure, it's going to cheat you. And when a market woman tells you, oh, just give us any amount of money you like, or an artisan or a technician says, or a mechanic, give us any amount you want, you know. But when you give him what is below what he expects, he will tell you that, okay, this is not good enough now. You see? So that is right from the go-go, the man of cheating. And whether young or old, most people are fond of doing that. So we face a challenge. And one of the greatest challenges we face is integrity sufficiency syndrome. Most people have no integrity in the name of money, in the name of looking after their families and things like that. They have no integrity at all. And that is why we have rampant corruption. And secondly, we believe in human rights, but we don't have sense of responsibilities. And that sense of irresponsibility leads to tolerance and impunity. And for people and our leaders to do whatever they like, because we don't demand for accountability. Therefore, we are in a situation where regimes have crisis of legitimacy. Whom does the regime represent? Who? Do people accept the regime? Are institutions competent and capable? Do you have a crisis of capacity when it comes to our civil service or public sector that makes people not to trust the regime or not to trust the government? In terms of safety and security, do our security agencies and military face the same? And do you have always a crisis of identity among the ethnic groups who are struggling to become the president, to become this, to become that, so that when you come there, you do like Buhari or Tinubu and let your people dominate your appointments? Okay. Does the government encourage creative and innovative ideas? Therefore, what you then discover is that either as Nigerians or human beings, or a group or regime, we have crisis of purpose. That with individuals. Individuals who work with NGO, they work just to make a living. They have no sense of purpose, mostly. No sense of purpose at all. People work in the civil service, it's the same thing. People work in agencies in Nigeria, they are just there, no sense of purpose. That's why when you increase salary or compensation, people are happy. But sooner or later, because they have no sense of purpose, they're always asking for more. So it's not what you deliver that matters, it's what you can get, whatever you deliver. So if you have a housemaid who wants to clean the house very quickly, the house will always remain dirty. That is the crisis of purpose that you have in Nigeria today. And when you have that crisis of purpose, then you have a challenge on how to overcome those challenges and crises. And one of the bad derivative of this crisis of purpose is corruption. And corruption starts when you have a country where there are no political parties, but alliance of individuals with money who come together and call themselves political parties. And the money they use to run those political parties are stolen, are illegal wealth, because all of them are kleptocrats. Okay. And these form common elements with the executive, the parliament, and those who hold public sector positions, that is, non-civil servants who are appointed by the government. They go there because they have no sense of purpose to serve, but to steal. So at the end of the day, the civil service has developed a culture in which if a minister comes in and he doesn't like to steal, they become obstacles. And it is interesting that that has been happening because in Nigeria, like we follow the British system, or like the Francophone countries, or the Chinese, for example, civil servants are never blamed if a minister steals. But the minister cannot steal without the palm sec, who the account holder. And nobody, it is rare to hear that a palm sec has been taken to court for stealing. Head of civil service, yes, but their cases die. So civil servants are not held responsible for the corrupt regime we have in Nigeria, and that is wrong. Anyway, we are trying to change that with the support of Madam Beckley. So we thank her very much. Now, if you have that sort of situation, where does it start from? It starts from your political system now. It starts from your political system. So if your political system is robbed, is led and robbed and run by corrupt elements with stolen money, when they come to power, what do you expect? What do you expect? In his opening remarks, the chairman of the conference said, in the olden days, parties are formed around the people, and the people have power. They contribute monthly or annual dues to the political parties. Political parties are now held to ransom by money bags or by kleptocrats. Today, like he said, it's different. And therefore, there's no synergy. There's no synergy between the people in order for us to have political, economic, and social stability. And when we don't have that, there's no way we can have public safety. Nigeria is secured. There's no insecurity in Nigeria. I kept telling people because nobody's attacking Nigeria. Nigeria have public safety problems. That is why embassy says, don't go to Kogi or Kwara because it's not safe. That is the word, safety, public safety, not security. Okay? And we are not making any effort at all. How can a group of bandits in a forest, in a country, with drone technology, you are telling me that you cannot locate them? The Americans brought out a report to say that our military and security agencies are in collusion with those kidnappers and bandits. And we are talking that we lack public safety. We have turned the military into a constabulary, and we have neglected MOPOL, which is a mobile police. In all countries of the world, paramilitary police is separated from the police. We have refused to do that in Nigeria. And funnily too, we are asking IGP to set up the state police. If he protects his own interest, to continue to be IGP, why are we joking with safety? Okay. And people are just keeping quiet. Even the governors, Iloli Makinde, who is coming up to say that as governor of your state, Amatekun was a gap, temporary gap. They were waiting for constitutionalizing of the state police. Akpabio says, though you can continue to wait, we will not touch it until December. And even before President Tinubu became president, he did not like the idea of restructuring or state policing. He did not. And the governors know. And that's why everybody is pussyfooting. Okay? So you now have a situation in which federal system is colluding with bandits and others, and everybody's crying that we have a problem with safety. We know what the answers are. Corruption. We continue to try in a situation where leadership pretend and they are hypocrites. It will not be solved. We also have a situation too in which when government sets up an organization to help economically and business, that organization too is corrupt. And there are Nigerians who are working there. They don't care. They want to make their own money. Could you imagine the amount of money Emefiele spent as a bank governor on various projects under Buhari? And today, if it were in China, all his assets would have been seized and he would have been shot. But they are pushing from one court to the other. And one funny judge said he has had enough money to have the asset that he has had. A judge said so when it was clear. And since one of the change of currency, can you imagine that? Does any thinking country do what was tried under change of currency? And do you know how many people make a lot of money from there? Take foreign exchange too. Sanusi did point out how people can make money from the foreign system. Good for this regime. They've changed the system now. So it's becoming more difficult for that to happen. Okay. So we need to cover the gaps. But unless our political system is not running, political parties, no, it's going to be difficult. Then that comes to the model we run. We follow the American system, confuse it with the British, and then add our own crooked ways to our model of governance. The Americans themselves are realizing that federal system is not good for them. Parliamentary system, which is system of accountability, scale of accountability, and hierarchy of accountability is what we need by all actors in political governance. And the most important actor are the upper middle class. They are deliberately misleading their communities, their groups, because of what they did. Only very few of the urban middle class want Nigeria to change. They don't want to change because they are benefiting from the corrupt situation in which you have in Nigeria today. So the key actors that can change things are in legal profession, accounting profession, and you know why? Lawyers are prosecutors, defendants, judges, legal advisors in companies, institutions, in ministries, everywhere. So lawyers are very important. If they are crooks, the country must be crooked. In a capitalist democratic system, that South African person said, accountants, they are the auditors. They are everywhere. The accountants, they are this, they are that. They know how to turn the books. They know how to do creative accounting. Now, you come to the media. The media, they can turn a black person to a white person. They can change the color of any person at any time. And they cause more harm than anybody in this country, especially those who run public relations firms. Then we come to the religious bodies. They have turned religion into a money-making business. Like I tell people, there's no spirituality in African cosmology. The monastic system that you see in Asian religion, it does not exist in Nigeria. Even not religious terrorism that people do in Nigeria is just to make money. There's no spirituality that is involved. So when you have these four sectors, what you have that make them thrive, especially in the public sector, if a country has plenty of money, if there's no accountability, and there's impunity, what do you expect? Corruption becomes a tradition, not only a culture. And that is why. But when you compare the presidential system and the parliamentary system, in the presidential system, the president is a god. He cannot be called to the parliament to answer any query. In the parliamentary system, he can be called. And above all, the prime minister in the parliamentary system has somebody above him who had the moral responsibility to check him with the support of the people. It does not exist in parliamentary system. South Africa has an interesting example in which they mix the presidential system with the parliamentary system. They have a president, but the president is just like a prime minister. He's just like a prime minister. He can be called to the parliament, and he has been called to the parliament many times. The impeachment in presidential system is a rigor. In parliamentary system, straightforward, majority. And they have that same system in South Africa. Okay. They have an independent human rights commission that can take the president to court, that can take anybody to court, and so on. Okay. So when you look at parliamentary system, I believe that it is more suitable, especially with a federal structure for Africa, for Nigeria. And I will advocate for us not to make big changes, the South African model. We leave the presidency as it is, but with a parliamentary nature. And one good thing about the parliamentary system with proportional representation is this. If you have proportional representation, it's not the parties that matters. It is the people that must be fully represented, so that even if you're a minority, you have a voice. through a political party system, as we have in South Africa. And let me end by saying that the economic free market system and things like that we run is not suitable for Africa. How come that there's no poverty in Nordic countries? Sweden, Finland, everywhere in the Nordic countries. How come? Do they have a separate brains? How come you don't have a welfare economy in Europe, unlike United States? You don't have a separate brain from we Africans. Why are we copying the wrong thing? Why are we modeling ourselves the wrong thing? In short, we need to find a way to adapt moral economy to our system. And for those who are in the profession, who can minimize corruption, increase accountability, they are there within our system, but they don't want to. And they are the enemies of the people. We are hoping that we can get this public sector accountability and responsibility out. We can also develop an impunity index. And hopefully, with these followership studies, we will not give up. We continue to do this conference until we can get a mass following. I stop there.
All right. Thank you, General, for your contribution. Quite a lot. And you also offered some way out in terms of the political structure, how to make it more accountability. And I'm sure that when we get to the point of the contributions and question and answer, we will explore more of this. But I just want to remind everybody of one of the things that you said, which should bother all of us, that most people also, and their also bring them something. Who cares about governance? That's one of the things that we need to begin to deconstruct, so that people understand that there is something way better when they worry about governance. Because you are so correct. Everybody is just focusing on their hustle. As long as their hustle is good, they don't care. Thank you so much, General. Let's move along. We have a contributor, also Comrade Destiny Alele, who is going to be talking on politics, power, and aspiration, and the ethical responsibilities of followership, a critical analysis of accountability and democratic development. Comrade Destiny Alele is a Pan-Africanist enthusiast and youth advocate passionate about leadership, politics, and social transformation in Africa. She is committed to promoting ethical leadership, youth inclusion, and meaningful conversations that inspire societal growth and African unity. So we hand over to Comrade Destiny Alele. Over to you, my sister. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself. Destiny Alele Ejiro Gene.
Unmute yourself now.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sister Alele.
Good day, my distinguished leaders. It is a genuine honor to be able to speak in this conference today. My name is Alele Destiny Ejiro. I'm a student of Delta State University, Abraka. Today, I will be speaking on a topic titled Politics, Power Aspiration, and the Ethical Responsibilities of Followership in Nigeria. Before we dive deep into this conversation, it is important to examine the concept of politics, power aspiration, and the ethical responsibilities of followership in Nigeria. Now, what is politics? Politics is not just about politicians and elections. It is about leadership, power, decision-making, and future society. And also, over the years, politics has been understood from different perspectives. It has been understood from a layman's perspective that says politics is the process through which people make decisions on behalf of the society. It has been understood from an erudite scholar perspective, which philosophers like Aristotle, our last word, David Einstein, describe politics as the authoritative allocation of value within the society. Politics has also been understood from a legal practitioner perspective. And here, it is not just about textbook definition. Politics is about governance, struggle for power, distribution of resources, leadership, policies. Anyone who has operated in the Nigeria political space will understand that politics has been played or is being played on multiple levels. For example, during election, you see that alliances are being formed, interests are being negotiated, and sometimes compromised. That is politics. And again, politics affects our everyday lives, from our education, from our security, to our healthcare, to the economic system. It is visible everywhere. That is why philosophers like Aristotle may mention that man is a political animal, that man cannot do without interacting with the human interaction in terms of politics. Politics is seen in our churches. It is visible in our families, in marriages, in communities, in religious institutions, even in churches. Politics is visible everywhere. Thus, in other words, politics exists wherever there is access to opportunities and competition for leadership. In conclusion, it is this dynamic struggle for power, influence, and control for resources. It's at the center of this struggle is the desire to gain and maintain power, which then take us to the concept of power aspiration. When we talk about power aspiration, it means the desire, the ambition, the drive to attain authority, influence, or leadership within a political system or a society. Power aspiration in every political system today is among all individuals group seeking for influence and decision-making over governance. Power aspiration in Nigeria today is not just about occupying political space or occupying political offices. It is acquiring authority. It involves the desire to shape policies, direct social change, and promote certain interests or ideologies. For instance, let me take Nigeria as a case study. You see individuals coming to contest for elections, coming to contest for presidency posts, for governors posts, and all that. They have the aspiration to be in that position. So they have to do whatever it takes to make sure to be able to attain that position. Power aspiration. Initially, aspiration is just about having a drive to achieve a particular goal. But when it comes to politics, it is not just about the drive to achieve a particular goal. It is about the ambition, the determination to achieve power or attain authority to make in order to make decisions that will influence others. Power aspiration today can be pursued on different levels. It can be pursued from a positive aspect. It can also be pursued from a negative aspect. When power aspiration is pursued from a positive aspect, it can lead to good governance and development within a society. Then, but when it is pursued on a negative aspect, it will lead to corruption. It will lead to abuse of power. Thus, in other words, power aspiration is the determination, the strategic determination, strategic effort to achieve authority, to attain power within the democratic society or democratic system. Now, moving forward, we are going to talk about the ethical responsibilities of followership in Nigeria, a critical analysis of accountability of and democratic development. Now, in discussing this, we talk about the ethics first. Ethics, as Cicero will say, are rooted natural laws, especially when these laws promote justice, accountability, peace, and democratic values within the society. Ethics are laws that guide human behavior. Ethics are principles that guide human behavior. It is knowing the difference between what you can do and what you should do. That is ethics. Then coming down to the ethical responsibilities of followership. Talking about this ethical responsibilities of followership in Nigeria, it goes beyond merely voting during election. It includes the party participation in governance, holding leaders accountable, speaking against corruption, obeying lawful authority, promoting peace and unity, and most importantly, contributing to national development. That is ethical responsibility of followership in Nigeria. A good follower must not only criticize leaders, but must also demonstrate discipline, honesty, patriotism, and civic responsibilities. That is to say, as a good follower, for example, let me use Nigeria as a case study. But President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is our president, and we all are his follower. In order to be a good follower, we must not only criticize our leaders, but must also demonstrate discipline, honesty, patriotism, and civic responsibility. In Nigeria today, one of the major problems affecting democratic development is the failure of both leaders and followership. Many citizens expect good governance, yet they engage in electoral malpractices, buying votes, and tribalism, even religious sentiments, including political violence, and still they expect change. Tomorrow, they are the citizens that engage in this act, they are the ones that even complain the more. They are the ones that condemn the government the more. But once the government wants to use them as messages, they make themselves fully available. Because sometimes many of them lack their awareness, political apathy. This action weakened democratic institutions and encouraged bad leadership. Therefore, the responsibility of building a better Nigeria and a better Africa should not be left for leaders alone, but must involve the active participation of followers. So many people rely on leadership as the problem of Africa. No, we followers are also the problem of Africa, because the leaders are most likely choose from the followers. If as a follower you are disciplined, you are honest, you are patriotic, and you know your civic responsibility, you practice every one of it, there's every tendency that you will be a great leader when you finally attain that position. There's every tendency you are going to lead with honesty and discipline, because a leader is always choose from the followers. Who is a leader, for instance? A leader is somebody who guides, who teach, who unites people together. In real life situation, followers are not just passive observers. They influence how leaders behave through their support, criticism, and participation in decision making. For example, in the democratic society, voters are expected to choose wisely. Citizens are expected to choose their leaders wisely, reject corruption, hold leaders accountable, and during election and governance. But no, during election, you see them When they want to go and vote for one particular person, once they get there, they see that they are sharing a bag of rice. You will see them, they will just change their dimension, go to that place, say their vote. They will still be the one complaining. You see some of the ones that also complain, they don't have voters card. They don't have voters card. They will tell you it's not their business, but you are the one complaining. You will carry phone and record the social media. The government is this. What are you doing about it as a follower? For Nigeria to be great and be a good society, a good nation today, we as a follower, we have a big role to play. We have a big role to contribute. And not that we acknowledge that role, the country is going to remain the way it is. Not to acknowledge our own role to play in the participation of democratic development, the country is most likely to remain the way it is, because the followers are the leaders of tomorrow. These leadership ideas can be seen in leadership figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Kwame Nkrumah, who led with the vision and were supported by citizens who believed in national development and responsible leadership. Now, having known this, and considering the fact that we are not novice to the present Nigeria state, where followers are now messages to leaders, I would like us to keep abreast the following ethical responsibilities of followership that can help us address the accountability and ensure democratic development in Nigeria. These ethical responsibilities include: 1, active civic participation. Once you are active during election, you are active, when something is going on, you make sure your voice is being heard outside for positive reasons. That means you are showing patriotism. That means you are showing civic responsibility. That means you are proving that you are showing the world that you want this nation to be better. Active civic participation. 2, inform political awareness. Today, many people that do not participate in the growth of this country is because they are not aware. They are not aware. You see people that have lived on this earth 40, 50, they don't even have voters card. Many of them is political apathy, lack of awareness. They are not aware of what their vote can do. They are not aware that their vote counts. So lack of awareness, informed political awareness is one of the responsibilities we can use to address ethical followership. 3, demand for accountability. When you choose wisely, and at the end of the day, the leaders are trying not to be responsible, trying not to be transparent, it is your right to call for, to demand for accountability as a patriotic citizen and as someone that has participated in a civil responsibility. 5, rejecting corruption and buying of votes. Rejecting corruption and buying of votes. This one is the major problem we have with most of we that are followers. We might agree today that this is what we want to go and do. We want to vote for this person. We are not going to prioritize this person. But at the end of the day, some people want to just see money. Their mind just change. There's something you want to tell them. They will tell you who Nigeria help. That's the response you get from some of them. So as a citizen, as a patriotic citizen, if you want to practice ethical responsibility, you must learn how to reject votes and vote buying during election. Moving forward, we'll talk about the critical analysis of accountability and democratic development. Now, first of all, what is the meaning of accountability? Accountability simply means being responsible for one action. Today in politics, in politics, accountability leaders must be accountable to people because political power belongs to the people. In politics today, leaders are accountable to the people. Democracy is for the people, not just for the government. It's the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So therefore, accountability, leaders must be accountable for the citizens. The government must explain how public resources are being used and must remain transparent in governance. However, to function effectively, followers must be courageous to question bad governance, must be courageous enough to question bad governance and demand transparency from public office holders. Scholars like John Locke emphasize that government exists based on the concept of the people. Because today, if you don't have, there is no leader without a follower. There is no follower without a leader. Those two go hand in hand. So there is no government without the people, and there is no people without the government. Concept of the citizen have the right to question the authority when leaders fail to protect the public interest. That is the critical analysis of accountability. Then moving to the democratic development. Furthermore, democratic development strive where citizens are politically ignorant and inactive. Political education is very, very important and informed, and because informed citizen is better equipped to participate in governance. Citizens must understand the rights and duties and importance of democratic development, such as freedom, justice, equality, and rule of law, and also participation. That is to say, if we must have democratic development, if we must promote democratic development, the citizens must be very, very equipped, must be politically inclined, must have the awareness of what politics is, of what participation in governance is. So if they are inclined, it will promote good governance and democratic development within the society. Unlike those that does not know, if those that know what they are doing enter inside, participate in civic responsibility, the nation Nigeria will be a better place. If they participate without having a selfish interest, the democratic system is going to develop from 100%. In conclusion, politics, power aspiration, and ethical responsibility of followership are closely connected in every democratic system, especially in Nigeria. Politics still remain the struggle for power and influence, while power aspiration is the desire to attain and exercise that power. However, the success of democracy does not depend on leaders alone. It also depends on the responsible and ethical followers. When citizens act with integrity, demand accountability, and participate actively in governance, democratic development becomes achievable. Thank you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Comrade Alele Destiny Ejirogene. Quite a very good, you filled the gaps of a little bit more detail around the ethical responsibilities of followership. We've talked about it in different forms, but your contribution has been quite very helpful to try to nail it down, and just like you said, one of the more dramatic challenges of followership today is the issue of corruption, specifically even in the area of buying a vote. And I think you also agree that it's one of the most critical challenges that we are dealing with. Thank you so much. I'm sure that there will be a bit of interest around that when we get to the contribution. Now we move along to second to the last speaker. That is, I think that this is African man himself, Sunday Ogene Dore Umujere, aka African man. He will be talking on leader follower dynamics and the shared responsibility for accountability. So, African man, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my DES. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I want to sincerely thank our leader, General Ishola Williams, for this platform. It is really unique for us to get this kind of forum to discuss and engage ideas. Well, the topic I'm putting forward is leader-follower dynamics and shared responsibility for accountability in Nigeria. This topic, unfortunately, will be like a contradiction to the statement made by Prince Charles Dickson, where he made mention that the leaders and followers are not the problem. If they are not the problem, then who are the problem? You will agree with me that Nigeria, as it is today, is in a mess situation. We're in a misfortune situation as we are here. So who is responsible? How did we get here? What made us what we are today? So I will put it forward that it's a contradiction to his own statement, because I believe somebody must be held responsible. And I believe that it is from these two categories of individuals, the leaders and followers. You will also agree with me that leadership and followership are interdependent in every society. There's no way you will have a society that you do not have followers or members and a leader. And that leader must always emerge from the followers. So in every society, we have followers and we have leaders. And if that society is bad, those individuals that are the followers and the leaders are responsible. So in leadership, we have good leadership, we have bad leadership. Followership, we have good followership, and we have bad followership. So it is something that we must agree on, that this set of individuals are responsible for whatever situation we find ourselves in our society. Now, going forward, I want to take us back to the present government we have now. What is happening? We promised a change. The government promised a change. We didn't see the change. A lot of people died ensuring that this present government come into play. What has they achieved so far? What are their benefits? Is it the little change that they have gotten, or the little appointment, or the little stipends they receive monthly? Is that what it should be compensated for the grievous crimes that is ongoing, the slaughter of lives, the kidnapping, the banditry, and the rest of them? So it's something we must ponder on. We must accept that we are responsible for the present misfortune. I agree that in this room, we are patriots or whatever. But inside this platform we are now, there are still some people that are ready to betray the government, betray the country. They are there. In this room we are here. In every number of people, they are traitors. And in this platform we are now, there are still traitors that will be ready to sell their vote, that will be ready to sell their time, will sell their opportunities for a mere stipend. So it's something we must accept. So the topic here, we are talking about a shared responsibility. So the present situation we are faced in Nigeria is a shared irresponsibility of leaders and followers. We refuse to be responsible for our duties. We refuse to be responsible for our objectives. So it is something that is a shared irresponsibility between us. And we must be ready to face the consequences, which we are facing now. Some of us sold our vote 3 years ago. We are facing it now. Some of us are complaining, high fuel price, electricity, and the rest of them. We sold our vote, so we should suffer it. So it is not a lesson for us in 2027 for us not to sell our vote. So how can we get this right? How can we make this come to pass? I don't want to waste our time. I want us to put forward, we already know the problem. What is the way forward? I want to claim the line of General Ishola Williams for us to have a followership lab. A followership lab. If we are able to erect that followership lab, we'll be able to have this shared responsibility for accountability in Nigeria. In that followership lab, one would ask, what should be entailed in that lab? One of the things we should be talking about in that lab is an ideology that we should have in speaking against wrongdoing. No matter who is responsible, even though it's your boss, tell him to his face, this thing you are doing is wrong. Change from it. We must be able to possess that boldness, that courage, in order for us to stand firm in ensuring that we have a better Nigeria. The country belongs to us. And if it goes down, we will all suffer it. Today now, I'm facing a lot of challenges. not because I literally voted for Tinubu, but because most of us voted for him, we are all suffering it. No light, no good growth, no jobs. So we are all suffering it. So it's something we must think about. This followership lab must ensure that there is an ideology that is put in place to speak against wrongdoing, to reject vote buying and selling, to reject bribery and corruption, to become an example of what you want. Like what Prince Charles said, he said, we are good followers, we are good leaders. It is in this lab you will show to us that you are a good follower. It is in this lab you will show to us you are a good leader. So if this lab is erected by God's grace, because I believe with God all things are possible, if this lab is erected and these individuals are recruited, every one of us here are members of this lab, they will recruit other like minds. I believe in each of these states we have this lab erected and it is being groomed. What we are looking for, we'll get it. The shared responsibility for accountability in Nigeria will be achievable. So I want to end with this, that the way forward, we already know the problem. If we begin to speak from now to tomorrow, the problem is the same. So the way forward is for us to erect that followership lab. Let there be an exploration of members, like minds, grooming these members, educating them, orienting them for the way forward of Africa and Nigeria, to be precise. I believe with this, we can achieve the shared responsibility for accountability in Nigeria. Like you warned me earlier, that I shouldn't speak beyond my limits. I want to end here and entertain questions. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you so much, Comrade Sunday Ogenebrohe Mojere, aka African Man. Thank you for that very spirited contributions. And I like the part where you said that in whatever situation or circumstances, when you see somebody do wrong, be bold enough to speak up. That is a very important component of the whole essence of followership. Thank you so much. I'm sure there will be quite a lot of contribution, but we have one last, our final keynoter who will be speaking, and then after that we will do question and answer for this session, and then we will close. So I'd like to welcome and introduce our last keynote speaker, Professor Nimi Wariboko, who is a world-renowned Nigerian-American transdisciplinary scholar, author, and is currently the Walter G. Mulder Professor of Social Ethics at Boston University School of Theology. He also serves as the director of the Boston University African Studies Center. He is known seamlessly to blend economics, philosophy, and theology, and his career spans international finance, corporate consulting, and global academic leadership. So, Professor Nimi Wariboko, please, you have the floor, sir. Please, you should unmute yourself. All right. I think I had given him, because on the schedule he's supposed to speak at 4 o'clock, so I had asked him, although I thought he signed it because he sent me a message about his presentation. So I think what we will do is to do question and answer, because I just saw that I asked him that he's speaking at 4 o'clock and that he should try to join like 10 minutes before that or thereabout. So I'm going to send him a message that he can join us now, because I think we jumped the time because of Comrade God's Power. So we saved 30 minutes there. That's why we are running ahead of time. So let's have questions and answer session before we bring Professor Wariboko. I'm going to give him a call now to say that we are actually ready earlier than we thought. But in the interim, let's come up with questions and answer so that our speakers, starting with General Williams, Comrade Destiny Alele, and African Man, can take questions from the from us. So we have our question and answer before the final keynoter. Okay, so I'm going to lead in the question, and my question is going to go to General Ishola Williams himself, and it's a very simple question that I want to ask the general. That in terms of the line of actions that ought to be pursued, some of which you have identified, such as the fellowship labs. What is your own view, about the need, in my view, to engage more young people in this process? I think it was a point that Nigerian Congressman Dasuki had made. What is your own perspective? I mean, and I asked that question deliberately because I know that, you are probably the most senior out of all of us. But what's your thinking? How do you think around the need to engage more young people in this effort? And if other people also have questions, as General is answering, please feel free to raise them. General, sir.
Yes. Let me use your phone. I don't know why this thing, it wants me to leave the meeting. Can you hear me? Okay. I think the young people on this platform are able to answer that, really, because likes attract likes. I am a very old man now, okay, and the gap between me and the youth are very wide. So if you ask me my observation over these years about the youth in Nigeria, I can tell you so many stories of my experience with them. And to a certain extent, you cannot blame them. Why? Everybody is looking for a quick way to make money. Everybody is looking for a quick way to make money. Two, when they see how politicians get to power and make money, and you are not only politicians, pastors in Pentecostal churches, and so on, contractors who do not see what they are doing make money. You now find it difficult to convince the majority of them to say that, see, you got to make some sacrifice to build a better Nigeria. Most of them will not listen to you. And in most cases, like Mr. Mudere has said to me many times, everybody is hustling to survive. Therefore, it's difficult. But what surprises me mostly are those young ones who are teaching in universities. Few of them are not happy with their professors because they are not producing knowledge. Most of them are not interested in teaching. It's only that they want to find a job. And those who are really interested in producing knowledge, their professors, very few of them are encouraging them to do so. So we are in a difficult environment in which you can engage any youth now seriously. What some of them have tried to do is to establish their own NGOs and have one or two objectives in which they want to pursue, but they need money. When they are single, it's very simple. When they get married, they need money to look after the family. So if you run an NGO, if you are not like me, who started about 35 years ago, just running it with what I have, then if you have to look at family with an NGO, then you have to bend. And therefore, purpose becomes last, ethics becomes last, and nothing else works. We are still looking for the ethical young men because the young people who have money from their parents don't care about what all these things you are talking about. They don't care. Okay, they even hide. And some of them are
General, please, can you unmute? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, you were muted before.
Please let General unmute himself. I see that he's using African man's stuff. Okay, go ahead, General.
So you should go ahead. Have you unmuted?
Muted. He's still muted.
It's unmuted.
sorry, I didn't hear your last statement. Yes, I'm here. What did you say? The last statement. What did you say? I didn't hear your last statement.
No, please go ahead. There was a technical glitch, but go ahead, General.
Therefore, what I want to end up with is this. When you compare Nigerian youth, even with some of them in East Africa, Southern Africa, the attitude and the culture is totally different. Okay? Not to go to United States or Europe. You know, I've been in situations in UK, having lived there for 2 years doing a course, lived in France for 2 years doing a course, lived in the United States for 5 years with the UN. When you organize a conference and people are interested in coming, they don't care how they get there, where they sleep, what they eat. They just come. They just come. Not in Nigeria. I am surprised in which, for example, Sislak is telling me that you are inviting people and you are giving them bus fare. That will never happen anywhere. But that's what it is. And the interesting thing is that donors give them money for that. They give them money to pay this bus fare. So where are you going to get the volunteers? Where are you going to get them? That's why I was talking about crisis of purpose. Crisis of purpose is a big challenge. So where are you going to get young people who will tell you that they are going to volunteer their time or they want to sleep rough because they believe in a purpose? I won't find out. People are not even ready to pay for or to go and watch football matches and much more. So we're in for a tough ride ahead. But what is most important to me is this. People below 50 years of age who are in political parties and continue to tolerate these kleptocrats and money bags leading to political parties are not interested. That's why I support what Samad was saying. Not with the young people, but the young group. Why is he quitting? It's not for the young people. The responsibility rests with the elite urban. People below 50 and maybe below 55. They are irresponsible, sincerely. And that's why we have bad political parties in Nigeria. That's why we have bad national assemblies, and that's why we have bad governors. They are responsible for the situation we have in Nigeria today. They need to sack themselves, not the youth.
Okay, thank you so much, General. And that's a very important point that you made. I've actually been thinking of asking you that question for a long time, but it always keeps my mind to have your perspective about young people, and thank you for the insight of that response, that young people look up to what they are seeing, and they form, as a matter of fact, they form their character and their action, based on what is being presented as the model. So that shows very clearly, the work that is cut out for people who must make these things go away and change it. It just shows the profundity of the challenge. Thank you so much, Gerard. We're going to go ahead now. Professor Wariboko is now signed in. I had told him that he should try and get in after 3 o'clock, like 3:30, because he was going to speak at 4 o'clock. He's coming from from Boston. So, that's the reason why he wasn't there, because our time actually, we gained time ahead of the plan. So I'm going to introduce him again. Is Professor Nini Wariboko is a world-renowned Nigerian American transdisciplinary scholar, author, and currently the Walter G. Muelder Professor of Social Ethics at the Boston University School of Theology. He also serves as the director of the Boston University African Studies Center, and is known for seamlessly blending economics, philosophy, and theology. And his career spans international finance, corporate consulting, and global academic leadership. His first degree was in economics. He has a master's degree in business administration, and then he has a PhD, in ethics. As a matter of fact, he broke the record in the United States when he completed his PhD under 3 years. It's the first time in Princeton University, if not or across the United States, when he managed to do a PhD in less than 3 years. So he's a personal friend and mentor. I'd like to welcome Professor Nimi Wariboko. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. To save time, let me go straight to the lecture. But first of all, I want to thank you, General Shola, and everyone that has organized this program and invited me to speak. I want to share my screen so that the participant can see as I'm speaking his lecture outlines. So I have tagged my lecture or named it Misconception, Virtues, and Capabilities of Followership in Nigeria. Right? So for me, a followership is like water. It flows, it has a source, it nourishes, and it cleanses. I'm trying to get it. Followership is a flow concept. To flow, to follow is to flow with a leader. So I want us to understand that fact. Hold on, my screen is jumping. Okay, so the leaders are also following the impulse of a shared future or telos. It is not only the future achievement of a telos that connects followers and leaders, but also their shared arche, which means origin, beginning, ruling principle. Leadership and followership have a common source, and they are going somewhere together. As they move along, what should be their defining identity? And that is a major issue in the study of followership, right? So should it be the roots, that is whence, from where they came from, because they all have a source, or should it be expectation, the whither or where to they are going? Whence or whither? What should inform our discourse of followership today? And this is a question we'll come back at the end of the lecture, right? So if we believe that leadership or followership has a source, right, and we want the followers and leaders to come from the same source, should the source determine the nature of the relationship or the expectation of where they're going? And that is my computer. So the first, but I want to state clearly my position about my understanding of followership first. So to give you a definition, followership is the collective capacity of citizens to guide, sustain, correct, and replace leadership in pursuit of a shared political future. That is the way I look at leadership, right? So this lecture departs from the dominant literature of followership, which often focuses on obedience, engagement, leader-follower dynamics, or organizational behavior. It instead treats followership as a democratic, ethical, and political practice. In that sense, it is less a lecture on followership management and more on political philosophy of followership in Nigeria. Now, so now you understand what I mean by followership in this address. Let me address 7 misconceptions of followership in Nigeria and often in other parts of the world. And that will set the stage. You begin to understand the political philosophy that I'm laying out for our understanding of followership. First is that people believe that followership has an essence. There is no essence in followership or leadership under democracy. The thing about democracy is ruled and be ruled. There is no essence to who should be a leader, who should be a follower. You cannot identify an essence that will hold across all the classes or all the situations. But the thing that we know is that in a democratic situation, ruled and be ruled. If you are ruled today, tomorrow you could be the ruler and the person. So no one has a right to rule anybody forever. No one has a right to lead anybody forever. No one should be condemned to followership forever. So it should be, so there is no essence. No, number 2, what I call biologization. No one is born a leader or follower. It is a learned behavior. So the idea that certain kings, certain royalty, certain obas, certain emirs will always lead and the others have to follow is not true. No one is born to lead, right? So Plato, in his Republic, came up with 6 criteria that he said over time human beings have used to claim position of leadership in whatever they are. He said it's by birth. People will say, "Oh, I'm born to lead. I'm born to be Prince Charles." Right? So I'm supposed to be the king. Or they could claim seniority in the African village setting. I'm older than you, you are older than me, and therefore the older person rules. Or it's a case of wealth, right? I have more money than you, and therefore I should rule. Or it's a question of virtue. I'm more virtuous than you, or you are more virtuous than me, and you should rule. Or it's a question of strength. In Nigeria, the justification for the military rule was strength. They have the power, the gun in their hand, and therefore they can determine who is president or who was governor. So they were operating on the basis of strength, not because the military people were more virtuous or they have more wealth or they are more senior or they are born better, but it's that. And it could also be on knowledge. Plato happened to prefer knowledge, but that's neither here or there for our lecture. But in a modern democratic situation, there is no entitlement to govern. All citizens are equal. This is the universal principle of equality, the equality of all speaking beings, of all citizenship, of all citizens. We're all equal. And so we should abolish the misconception that certain people are better qualified because they were top civil servants or they were top military men or they were professors. In a democratic situation, in a democratic country, nothing gives you a privilege to rule others. You got to earn it through the vote. The third misconception is that followership and leadership are separate things. They are not. Followership is the form of leadership, and leadership is the substance of followership. A follower mobilizes resources and people that move a society forward. A leader leads by listening to the footsteps of their followers. The leader is flowing and following the shared vision of their community. Followership and leadership are two aspects of the same phenomenon. So we should always be thinking about it as two sides of the same coin. It will give us a better understanding of what it is. The fourth misconception is that power must be generated ahead of time and stored for future use. And this is a misconception in many people. Many people think that power is the same thing as authority. Authority is what gives you legitimacy, what can be stored in the system, could be institutionalized so that the person in place can use it. But power must always be generated at the moment it is needed in political cycle. So when Martin Luther King wanted to overturn the American racist system in the buses and every other places, he has to organize his community, people in America, to achieve that aim. There was no power that was stored for him 200 years ago. The organization, the planning has to be done in the immediate to address that issue. And then he died. Now today, blacks, there was later the Black Lives Movement. They did not rely on the things that was there. The power that he generated to fight his cause was in the 60s and it was gone. They have to start. Yeah, all over. So if you have that understanding of difference between power and authority, power is you have to mobilize the people, bring their energies together, focus them to achieve a particular political goal. That is what power is about. But power could create authority going forward in an institution. So if you want to understand followership in Nigeria, we also have to think about how do we organize ourselves, our people, to generate the power they will need to effect a change. The power that was generated to elect a leader or bring someone close to power in 2023 is different from what will be needed today. It has to be done afresh because it was not stored and we could just bring it out from the storage and say, let it happen. No, power doesn't work that way. Number 5, there is people believe that there is a long tendency or anchor to followership. That is, if only the followership can hold on for a long run. In followership, there is no long run. The long run is a series of short runs. You know, people have this misconception that there is a long run somewhere. Or even on Wall Street, they'll say the long run trend of the economy. No, technically, there is no long run trend of economy. If you're a trained economist, you will know that long run is a series of short run. It's only when we go through the 1 month, 90 days, 1 year, 10 years, we could then look back and say we have a long run. But at every moment in time, you are in the short run. So the long run is a series of short runs. And in the same way, if you look at your breath, you've been living for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. You could say in the long run, I've been breathing. But your breath is a series of short run. And if any of that series is disabled, you die. But you see, but it gives it the impression that you've been breathing for 50 years, for 60 years, for 30 years, for 20 years. And therefore, you could say, I have a long run breath. But the breath itself has been a series of short breaths. And that is where also followership is right. We always have to focus on what we are doing today to get us to the next day, to get us to the next day, to get us to the next day. And we keep, or let's say 1 month, one election cycle, another election cycle, another election cycle. And then eventually we could look back and say, well, we have a long run perspective of followership. But you cannot jump from today and get to any long run perspective, any long run effectiveness of followership if you do not pay attention to the short runs. No. Number 6, followership is not there to install good government alone. We tend to think that followership is about how to install the good government. No, followership is an organ of installation and also an organ of elimination. So people tend to think in Nigeria, oh, okay, if you have a good followership, we have a good governance. That is true, but we also have to think that if you have good followership, we can also eliminate bad governance. We can also eliminate people in power. So followership is does both. Should be able to install a good government and should also be able to remove a bad government. So if a government is not working very well, we don't always have to wait for the 4 years before they feel the impact that the citizen can intervene. So we also have to think about a followership playing both an installatory role and a disruptive eliminatory role. And the final misconception is we think that one good attempt at followership will change Nigeria. No, that is not the way to work. Truth is reached through experience of multiple failures. We must persevere. People think that, oh, if you can get it right once. No, there is no getting it right. We have to go through a series of failures, right? So from my personal experience, over time, I've supported different Nigerians running for office and contributed my small resources, both financial, academic, or even personal labor. But I wouldn't say Nigeria is where I want it to be, and I'm not going to give up, and I'm not going to allow somebody to say, oh, because you supported this person and the country didn't go well. That is not the way change works. We have to persevere and go through several failures, keep trying until we get there. But if you allow people to shame you to say, well, it didn't work the last time, how is it going to work? No, we may go through a series of failures before we get it right. And so no one knows what is ahead of time, which of these programs will work or these men and women will work. We just have to go through. That is how truth or success is reached, through a series of multiple failures. You are not God, I'm not God, so we can't know which one will work. But we keep trying people. At every time we keep refining until in the long run we say we have good governance. We finally got the kind of persons that we want. And if we get the kind of persons that we put in office and they misbehave, we should also be able to change them. That's why leadership is followership is about installation and elimination. Now, so I've laid out first my definition of followership. I've given you 7 misconceptions of followership in Nigeria. Now, the issue is the third thing I want to address is virtues of followership. There are many virtues, but I chose 4. If we're thinking of followership, what are the kind of virtues that we expect followers to have in Nigeria? If you are going to start a movement, what kind of virtues that we should recognize as the epitome of followership. One is that love of country. If we love our country, we will will the good of others and the country. That is paramount. So people are talking about leadership or followership, and they are not talking about the love of country, meaning that they don't will the good of other citizens and the country as a whole. That is not the way to think about followership. No, number two, empathy. If we're talking about followership should be one that have a shared commitment to human flourishing for all. If the man in Zamfara, in Sokoto is suffering, the man in River State, in Oyo State, should also feel, or the woman in Akwa Ibom or in Abia State should feel that this affects all of us, that we are building a country for the human flourishing of all. And we should begin to focus on that. So if you are going to build followership in Nigeria and you don't have empathy for every Nigerian, they are suffering. You are not committed to their human flourishing. You are not committed to say every Nigerian should be given the skill and be put in an environment where he or she could become the best that he or she could possibly be based on their endowment of gifts from God. If that is not your vision, then we are not ready for this issue of creating a followership system that will work. And the third virtue is about equality. No privilege, no entitlement. In a democratic setting, just like no one has any privilege, any particular right to rule, that is also the way equality. No one has any special privilege. No one has any special entitlement. If you are going to deal with Nigeria, whether the person is a former president or is a beggar on the street, if you don't see that these two people should be treated equally, that you approach them with equality under the law, that we're all equal. But if we are going to import certain hierarchy, certain ways of privileging people because of their ethnicity, because of their wealth, and we think that people are not equal, we are not really going to create that followership. We are going to even worsen the kind of leadership that we have, because the kind of leadership that we have is based on privileging people and giving certain people some entitlement. But we have to understand the basic feature of democracy, which is equality, means no one has a privilege, no one has a special entitlement to rule. We can all rule and be ruled, and we're all equal under the law. The fourth virtue of followership is justice. By this, I mean justice is acting according to the law and for the common good, no matter who is involved, while ensuring fairness and equality. So if we really pursue justice, it would also take care of equality, it will speak to the issue of empathy, and it also speak to the issue of love of country, because justice is geared to promote the common good. That is the ultimate purpose, the well-being of all concerned, so that we can live peaceably in one community. So followership, I laid these four virtues out to re-emphasize or to remind all of us that followership must have what it demands from leadership. Followership should be the incubator for future leaders. Anyone who has not gone through followership, a man cannot even be an effective leader. Because followership and leadership are parts of the same coin. We cannot demand from leadership certain virtues or certain behavioral pattern, and followership do not have it. And that's what has been our experience in Nigeria. The followers think they are on a different plane. The leaders are on a different plane. And followers are demanding something from leaders that they themselves don't have. And the leaders are demanding things from followers that they are not ready to give or don't have. So we must begin to see that followers and leaders are all Nigerians. And therefore, if we build a society of common certain virtues, it will work for our leadership and it will also work for our followership. And then the fourth thing we want to talk about is our capabilities. As an ethicist and somebody would also studies and teaches virtue ethics. In virtue ethics, you don't just tell people the virtues that they must have. You must also create the environment. You must create the capabilities that people must have so they can live into that virtue. Otherwise, you are just building your castle in the air. So what are the things that, how do we equip Nigerians so they will become effective followers and exhibit the kind of virtues that we expect them to do, to have? One is that equipping the people, education, sense of justice, empathy, trauma counseling. I think our educational system in Nigeria does not really teach us about citizenship, either from the perspective of leadership or the perspective of followership. How do you begin to create an educational system that will pay attention to civics? And the civics about creating a common society that will work for everybody. And how do you create a society where children learn the importance of justice, the sense of justice, the sense of empathy? Sometimes when we look at Nigeria, there's a certain level of cruelty that is being meted out to the people. If you are big and powerful, you could afford to be cruel to others. Or you could mistreat people. And so that sense of justice, of equality, of fairness is not very common. And the idea that you could treat people with empathy. When people have money, they treat people very badly, especially people who are below them. A woman once told me that the way to choose your partner, that one of the ways you go out on a date with somebody to find out if two of you are compatible is to see how the person treats the waiters. If because they have money and they think that the waiters are not important, they are less than them, he said that is not the man you want to marry. Because if he feels that he's higher than you, and in Africa, in Nigeria, men are taught to feel that way. It's not right. He's going to treat you very badly. So this issue of empathy applies. So how do you equip people to have that? And the other thing I call about trauma counseling. Governance in Nigeria inflicts daily trauma on our citizens. We're all traumatized. And I think we should begin to address that issue. We are so traumatized and we feel that every day we are so diminished by our government, by our governance, by our leaders, that if we say it all the time, both the big and the small person say it all the time, and we do not know that it's an indication of deep trauma. The moment you deal with a Nigerian on the street, the first thing they will say, do you know who I am? Even if the person is a governor, even if the person is a president, do you know where I am? Now, that shows that we are a people that perpetually feel that our dignity has been diminished. The system has told us we are nothing. And so we buy cars, we buy property, we do so many things to show up our dignity that we are somebody. That's why we are quick to tell the other person we are somebody. There was a Nigerian president that went to, I think he went to Port Harcourt and somebody was talking to him. He said, do you know where I am? You monkey, who are you talking to? Don't you know that I'm the president? If a president have to say that, it means that the trauma that is deep rooted in us is beyond this world. And so sometimes it's part of that trauma that throws up in a kind of syndrome where we like the people that oppress us, and the Stockholm syndrome, we celebrate them. We love our abusers. I think we should begin to come to the term the beyond micro trauma or the macro and macro trauma that happens in Nigeria. Governance is a big source of this phenomenon. Being a Nigerian alone and the way the country treats us, and we can go into history about all these things. And Peter Eke once showed how even from a long time, our chiefs were selling our fellow citizens into slavery, into punishment. And then we went through the colonial times where the colonial master Britain treated us as no subjects at all. We are forced into their rule. So we've gone through years, centuries of this dehumanization. And I think we should begin to, on a national basis, begin to think about trauma counseling for our people. Then another capability is cross-cutting organizational skills. How do you create organizations that will bring people together? Different ethnicity, class, education, and religion. That is the way you create friendship across the country. And that is the way you create followership. So if you are creating followership that are dominated by one ethnic group, by one religious group, by one class, then we're not creating followership for the whole country. So if a political leader finds himself that the bulk of his followers are from one ethnic group, he or she should begin to do something about it, because you want to create followership. Or anybody that is trying to create an organization in Nigeria, and we're interested in creating these solid followerships standards of followership orientation, we should begin to think about cross-cutting organizational skills. And the third thing we need to do is also about training for social activism. We keep saying the followership in Nigeria, oh, they're not active, they're not going for change. I wonder if there are training programs to sensitize the citizen towards this kind of followership we want, or to move them towards the kind of activism that we want. In the US, even in schools, they are training how to be a social activist. Martin Luther King in the 60s, they had trainings for ordinary citizens to do sit-ins, non-violence way of protest. They didn't take it for granted. And this thing went on for years, even before his movement started. And since then, they are training to be social activists. They are not born with it. And so if we're serious about it, there should now be programs to train Nigeria to engage in peaceful protests, non-violent protests, to organize their community, to organize people around issues. So these are kind of training that probably needs to take place in our high school, in our colleges, but by private citizens, social organizations doing that kind of thing, so that we lay the ground, so when the issue will arise, then there will be people who will organize the people to generate the power, and the power that will change the system. But we don't wait till a few days to election or 6 months to election. We think that the followership should emerge when there is no sustained program for training social activism, social activists, and organizing for social activism. But in the US, it happens all the time. And that's when they call for mass movement, mass hunting, there are these cells already that will begin to mobilize people for that kind of stuff. And I think if we're thinking about followership in Nigeria, we need to be to start thinking about training programs for social activism. And finally, on the capability side, communication skill in a pluralistic, democratic public square. One thing I've noticed in Nigeria, a lot of us are not trained how to communicate our position in a pluralistic public square, and we take for granted. As an ethics professor, there is no semester that I don't teach American students and international students how to communicate in the public square. How do you make an argument knowing that you live in a pluralistic society? You're not living in a society of only your ethnicity or your race or your religion. You live in a society where you want to make an argument to bring others along, to follow. So how do you even make a religious argument, but then others can see your point without buying into a religious belief? How do you as a Christian make an argument that somebody can see the merit of your argument without requiring the person to be a Christian? And in the same way for Islam and Muslims, right? So there are ways to learn about it. And I've written about this a long time. So communicating in a public square, when that public square is deemed to be democratic and pluralistic, is a different way of doing things. And we need to teach that to fellow Nigerians so that way we can mobilize people. You can do that and issue, maybe the issue may have a common definition of problem, but the philosophy, the ethos, the ideas you build around it will have to be specific to the different communities you are addressing. We can talk more about that in a different setting, but that kind of communication skill we need. And finally, in conclusion, in Nigeria, we must think of followership as the rise of the part of no part. What do I mean by part of no part? In every society, there are two classes broadly. I'm not talking about Marxist class or economic income class. There are two classes mainly. Those that count means that what they say counts in society, and a majority that do not count. But they are still part of that society. That's why the term was forged by Jacques Rancière called part with no part or part of no part. Means that they are part of that society, but they do not count in the stuff. And so real politics is when those people that do not count rise up to disrupt the things of the people that count. So if we're thinking about followership, the issue is that how do we free the masses from the assigned places and functions so that they can disrupt the system that is not working for them? That is the issue. Whence or whither. The part with no part is always disposed to the whither. Means that they don't want to go back to the origin, to the tradition where things are. They want to say, where are we going? And where I think they're going is to disrupt the leadership style that we have in Nigeria. So Nigeria can begin to work for everybody. So the preceding lecture has made a normative and philosophical intervention into followership study that reconciles followership as a democratic practice of collective agency, organized around equality, accountability, and the political empowerment of those excluded from power. I presented followership not as a passive obedience, but as an active force capable of creating, shaping, correcting, and removing leadership. Hopefully, this lecture makes some contribution to Nigeria political thought and to the broader field of fellowship studies. Thank you. I would like to stop here and stop sharing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Wariboko, for that very, very profound, inquiry into the notions of fellowship and, the area where which talked about the misconception of followership has been truly, truly, truly enlightening, clearly. And you've taken an angle and a dimension that is very, very, very novel. And I'm sure that this is going to generate quite a bit of interest going forward. Thank you so much. I like a lot of what you said, especially when you said that the followership has the capacity not only to restore, but also to replace leadership. What a very comforting notion. Thank you so much, Professor Wariboko. We have a final question and answer, session. What we did was that in the first session in the morning, people spoke, and then we had Q&A all at once for all the speakers, and that's what we're going to also repeat now, so that we can have a final contribution. So, if you have a question, those of us that are still here, or a contribution to all of the presentations that we've had in this afternoon session, we've had from Major General Ishola Williams, retired. We've heard from Comrade Destiny Alele. We've also heard from African Man Sunday Umojere, and finally from Professor Nimi Wariboko. So it's time for Q&A. So the floor is open. All right, I see somebody's hand up. Okay, I think that is that hand is for the secretariat.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ariola Sura Bello. I work with Pan-Abstract, and I've been with Pan-Abstract for more than 2 decades. So I'm aware of most of what our program looks like. I must say that this afternoon session is also truly, really inspiring. I'm so happy to have a fellow economics in the house, Professor Wariboko. I enjoyed your session. I also liked that we had a female representative in the house who, to me, spoke to the part of those, to me, personally, I don't know about other people, who don't really have a voice. So I talk about the female gender, the children, the very young ones that don't really have a voice and a representative out there. Now, for me, in terms of followership and leadership, I believe that we all have a role to play. And I understand that some people don't even understand what their role is. So, but I also believe that this is an ongoing concern, like most of the speakers in the morning have also said earlier, and it's a discussion that we need to keep having. I'm sure if you take a survey now of the very young ones, a lot of them don't even have voters card, talk less of talking about voting. But for me, I always say that leadership and followership starts from the home. It starts from the home. What role are the parents also playing before it now gets to the point of being a voter or being somebody who puts himself or herself out there to be voted for? So we all have a role to play, especially right from the homes, on how to let people, the dynamics of ethics. Even the professor had talked about ethics. He's teaching it at that level, maybe at postgraduate level. But what are we doing? Trying to imbibe all this culture to our children, for them to be able to understand, to speak out against wrong and also support rights. That's where it starts from. So I thank every one of you for your contribution and the wonderful talk today. And I look forward to many more of this. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that I myself was not, I was unmuted, and I've said a lot of things. Thank you so much, Sister Ariola, for your comments. I see General's hand up. I had thought that I wasn't muted. I didn't know that I was muted. So, General, please go ahead. And then we will take the responses from the speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much to Professor Wariboko. I think one important thing that he has done. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But if you're not
can
speaking, please. We can hear you, sir. But there's somebody else.
Okay.
You know,
One,
I think that is Prince. Prince.
One important.
Meet your point. Meet yourself. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead, General.
Okay. One important area that you are helped up to establish, like he said, is at least some important aspect of followership studies. Many people have been wondering what is followership studies really, because people are used to talking about leadership studies, and they do not look at the aspect that leadership and followership are two sides of a coin. In most cases, people have been studying the one side of that coin. And that is why it is rare for you to find a center for followership studies or school for followership studies. You always have school for leadership study. So it's at least you accept those two. The second point is this, is that, see, we need to re-examine the civic studies curriculum in our schools. What do they teach in civic studies in our various schools? What do they teach? The question of hope does not come in very much in this area. There are so many other areas that are parental concern. But when it comes to this followership issue, the schools play a very important position. And that should come through the civics courses that are run in primary and secondary schools, which unfortunately are not taken serious, even though it is taken up to secondary school level and even to what you call school certificate, and even government too. People take exams now in government, GCE, school certificate level and everything. What do they teach? And do the students take this teaching seriously? At the level of universities, political science, sociology, philosophy of politics, and so on. How do this help? All these programs, how do they help in creating an ecosystem for followership? Now, I believe that to a certain extent, followership and leadership are separate things. And why? Because the emphasis has always been on leadership, performing the magic to shape the society. Or ask anybody in Africa and say, what is the problem of Africa? They say leadership. It's the problem of Africa. Is that true? So the emphasis on leadership has made it possible for followership to be a separate thing for most of the population. Therefore, what we need to do, like Professor Wadiboko put across, is this. Leadership and followership are the same side of a phenomenon. That is the new thing we need to teach people. Both sides cannot do without each other. They are relatable, interdependent, and one cannot do without each other. But to me, looking at what's happening in Africa, followership is more important than leadership. Because these leaders come from followership, from the followers. If the followers are good, leaders will be good. Okay, leaders will be good. And we are seeing examples across Africa today. People are praising the young man in Burkina Faso, the young captain that is there. He is, for example, shutting down all forms of opposition. Okay? Which means there's a tendency in the world now to believe that you need a strong leadership for progress to be made. or for people like United States where President Iboko is living, for the Caucasians, I don't like to use the word black or yellow or green, for the Caucasians to believe that Trump is there for them to save the white race, and for the white race to continue to lead United States of America. That is the issue. So even within the followership itself, as a separate thing, there are also challenges within that separate leadership. And the final point I want to make is this, that he also made a case very much in his paper. There's a need for followership studies. And that's what I was saying this morning. We need some pioneers, fellows, and senior fellows who can be part of a fellowship lab or center that we can create. And I'm very happy that Professor Aminu Gusso has promised that this is something that can be done. But we need people like him to be part and parcel of such a pioneer work. And why not even create a lab within the Center for African Studies? Boston University did something some few years ago. They created a program in which they bring former presidents and top government officials to do 6 months at Boston University. Okay? Can that sort of lead to a lab in the Institute of African Studies in Boston University, the first of its kind, probably in the world? I don't know of any country in the world with a center or a lab for followership studies. Thank you very much, Professor Wariboko.
Thank you, General. I think we take some more questions or comments, and then we will have responses. Africa Man, were you going to make a question, or because you were also a speaker? Did you have a question, Africa Man?
No, not a question though. I was just trying to let me say, I'm trying to buttress the point made by General and also emphasize a point also. He was talking about studies, social studies, civic education, and the rest of them. Yes, we have this thing in the institutions. We teach every day. He was talking about reviewing the curriculum. The curriculum is not bad. The curriculum has no flaws, but the implementation is the problem. I just defended my seminar, my PhD seminar at the University of Benin. I was asked by my professor that now that we are trying, because my seminar was on deconstructing clientelism. Yes, and not the involvement of undergraduates in clientelism, political clientelism, where they sell their votes, become godfathers, and the rest of them. He said, how can social studies address these issues? You understand? In the institution, we teach patriotic values, civic duties, and the rest of them on how these issues can be addressed. But how can it be implemented is the problem. You understand? So we need to bring that theoretical perspective into a more practical perspective. You understand? We need to metamorphose from being theoretical into practical. We have professors, like what General said, we have professors that are not innovative. They are not inventive. They are not doing their jobs. All they are on is just to go on paper, write, read, and do whatever. But how they can practicalize whatever they have taught is a problem. So like what I earlier said, I enjoy in general to have that followership lab. That followership lab where all these individual like minds can be recruited, taught, all their minds can be reappraised from this present political corruption we are faced with. Because every individual in Nigeria is faced with that poverty syndrome. You understand? Even though you even have money, they will tell you they're looking for more money. So we need that followership lab to groom, to first of all explore for like minds, groom them and educate them for them to challenge the status quo, for them to get a better development that we all aspire for. So that's what I was trying to put forward in buttressing what General said. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Africa Man. So I'm going to call on Comrade Destiny to also make comments before I turn it over to Professor Wariboko to also respond. Sister Clement Alele, do you have any comments to make in response, or or you want to pass? Okay, Sister Alele, if you want to make a comment, you should unmute yourself. Okay, I think she's passing. So let me turn it over to Professor Wariboko. But before I do that, I also have sort of a question, for Professor Wariboko. And like I said earlier, someone, and I think General has also, in the same vein, when General said that, Wariboko's presentation clearly, has defined for us, fellowship, what fellowship studies will look like, that indeed, the areas that fellowship studies ought to focus on, some of them, Professor Wariboko's presentation has highlighted them, and I agree with that. Now, but I wanted to ask Professor Wariboko specifically. So when you said that followers can only demand from leaders what they already are. Now, is that compared? Is it comparable to the notion, that people get the kind of leaders that they deserve? Is it comparable? Is it the same thing? That's my question. As I invite you to respond to all the comments, Professor Wariboko, please.
Thank you for the questions and comments so far. Let me start by the woman from Pan-African International Lagos. She talked about that part of our focus on followership should also focus on the home. Yeah, and she's right. Because once again, just as we don't want to separate leadership and followership, we also look at the home and public sector, right? Whatever is, because the people who are going into the public sector or the public square, they came from homes. And so our ethical training, the kind of people we want to lead Nigeria or to follow leaders or to do things in Nigeria must also the people who are coming from home. We cannot have a dichotomy. We cannot have a dichotomy. So the idea that if you are going to transform Nigeria, we also need to focus on what is the kind of training that we are giving to our children. We cannot say from President Tinubu down to the governors or the local government that people who are bad. But the issue is, what kind of children are we raising? What kind of people are we bringing out or sending to the university? So that aspect is very important. And things like virtues are better taught when people are young. Right? So she's very right. As an ethicist, we tell people, look, a society is also made up a group of homes. And so if the values from the homes are not high, where do you expect people to get it in the public square when they're already formed by the time they're going to the public square? So the emphasis on ethics or morality at home is very important. If you look at the study that Peter Eckert did, two publics in Nigeria, and he traced part of the problem we're having. I think his essay came out about 1973-75. He was a professor at UI. And he made the point that for you to understand the corruption in the public square in Nigeria, we need to step back. He said what happened was that in the 30s and maybe 20s and going before, he said when Nigerians work for the colonial government, because they disliked the colonial government, they felt the government was oppression and it was not for Nigerians. He said when people steal money from the public sphere, from the colonial sphere, their ethnic groups, their towns celebrate them. But the town will not permit them stealing, or the ethnic group will not permit them stealing from the ethnic group or from the town. So he said we have two sets of morality begin to happen in the colonial time. That you can go and cheat the colonial government, take money from them, embezzle money, come in and build house in your village, or if you're a minister, tar roads in your own ethnic group at the expense of others because you felt you were dealing with a foreign occupying power, but you didn't care about the home. But he said eventually what happens, the British left, now that public become ours, and eventually the morality also broke down among the ethnic group. It also now broke down in the families. Before, people celebrate Nigerians when they steal from the federal government or the colonial government. If you steal from your town union or your ethnic group, you are castigated. Now, people steal from their local union, the town union, they steal from their local government, they steal from their town, they even steal from their homes. Your brother, your sister will steal your money, and other members of the family will just say, yeah, he's trying to help himself. How do you expect him to survive? So you see, so when morality breaks down at one level, it's going to affect others. In the same way, if you are going to repair morality, we should not think that we can afford to ignore the home level. And I think that is the kernel of what the woman from Panasonic was saying. And I totally understand and celebrate her point. Then the General Williams talk about African Studies also Center. So the African Studies in the 80s and up to the 90s had a program where they would bring in past African leaders when they leave office to come into Boston in the university, interact with students, write their memo or so. So the program was also to give them a way to leave power, because some of these head of state don't know what to do with themselves after power. So they rather stay in power. But the program was organized so that, look, there's a life beyond that you can go and others will benefit and you can share. So that program was done, but eventually it was scrapped because there was not enough money to run it, because you bring a head of state, give him accommodation, let him stay and everything, and then fund the research and everything was expensive, and we didn't raise enough money to sustain it up to this moment. So it was scrapped. There is not. So I'm looking for money. If rich Africans or rich persons from anywhere wants us to, we have the template, we know what to do, we can do. But since I became the director, one thing that I've done, I'm starting to revive the program. I've not raised all the money that I need. It's very expensive to revive the program. But I'm not starting at the level of the heads of state. I'm starting at the level of governors, and we've gotten the first governor to come in, governor and ex-governor. So we are going to expand it to many countries in Africa to come in, share your experience. But it's not every governor that I come here. There has to be, they make an application, and we look at the works that they claim that they've done while they're in office. Is there something there that others can learn from it also? So that program just started this year, and we made the first announcement a month ago or thereabout. So that program is there. And the general said, I'm interested in followership study, but as he knows, to have a research center that have staff and you are doing involves a lot of money. And so we don't have the money now because we have about 140 professors affiliated to the center from medicine to climate to African studies to humanities or so. Last month, we organized a conference on climatic change and Africa's future, and we have scientists coming in. So the center is not just for humanity studies, but anything concerning Africa, knowledge that will help Africa, we try to generate it and distribute it to Africans and Africans in diaspora and to African governments, and countries. So followership study is definitely something that interests me. But the way things work in the US, you can't just go to a university and say, "Oh, give us money to do this." They expect you as the center director to generate the funding and then go out. So if you have people who can help us raise the fund, we can establish that program and collaborate with institutions in Nigeria and Africa to begin to push this idea of fellowship studies as one way of tackling Africa's problem. It's not the only solution, right? A leadership study can still go on, but I'm willing to do that if we have the money. So I'm responding to the general by saying that it's because we don't have the funding. That's why the program went into some abeyance. Mr. Lalu Akande asked us that leadership must that I said followership must demand from leadership what they also had. So the reason that I make is that if you are a corrupt person, what do you demand from others? Right? You cannot be demanding if you are not holding yourself to the same standard. What did you expect others to hold on to? That's what I meant by that. And also, I made that statement on the recognition that the people who call leaders come from among the people. And so if we, the people, don't have certain skills, how do we expect that those that rise up from us to become our leader will have it? So to prepare the background, we need to make sure that we, the citizens, the followers, have the kind of skill set or the capabilities that we're expecting others to have. It is the question it asks is the same thing about what the woman from Epanastra strike has said, that if you want morality in the public space, do we generate it in the home space? Do we begin to train it in the home space? Or as the doctor, African man said, if we want children to do better, do we have the resources to train them at the school level, in the civic program, the practical training that they need, so that they're equipped? Because those children, we always say, they are the leaders of tomorrow. But before they become leaders, they are followers. So do we have what it will take? So it is in that spirit that I made the statement that we should demand from people what we equip them to give and not expect them to perform magic. Right, so that's what I mean. So if it's not a question of if people will deserve the kind of leadership they have. It doesn't really, that's not the extreme I'm going, because we may do all the good work and we just happen to have a poor leadership. Sometimes rogue people get into power with all the training that they get, with all the fellowship that they get. Once in a while, we are going to get very terrible people leading us. At that moment, they will say, we deserve them. No, it's not always that. So the argument I'm making is not always that if you have a bad leadership, therefore we deserve them. Because sometimes good people do experience bad moments. But the problem in Nigeria is that our bad moments have been running for too long a time, and it's no more a bad moment. So we need to rethink the whole process.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wariboko, for those additional comments and clarifications. It's about time that we close, but I see the general has his hand up, and then there's one of our sisters who has been with us all morning. you know, and she has, she's the first time.
Please don't close. We still have some hands up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Asiya and myself, we have our hands up, please.
That's what I'm saying, sir. That's what I'm saying, sir. That I see my sister who has been with us all morning, you know, so I'll listen to her first and then we revert to the general and then we close. Sister Shia Mukta, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, Sister Mukta, you muted yourself honestly. You need to unmute yourself, Sister Shia. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, yes. So for me, leadership and followership are two different and very important. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So for me, they should begin from home. The family system needs urgent attention. And we must, for most importantly, the family system is, like I said, it needs urgent attention, and we must restore integrity and responsibility. That's maybe our value system. We need to shape our value systems. We need this family and community, like it used to be so in the past, and we had better values than we do now. So what happened to our ethics? What happened to our family values and our sense of duty? I'm from Kano, and it's worrisome that there's a growing population of Almajiris and there's high level poverty. So are we the followership that we have now? Is it really what the our society needs? Do we have a followership of endabas, which is followership? Not, I wouldn't say the bandits, but the younger brothers of bandits. I don't know what the endabas are called in. I don't know how to describe them in Hausa. I mean in English, but then the kind of followership that we have is must be tied to the family values that we have. Because for me, if the foundation is weak, we're not going to get it right. So if we want our society to produce responsible citizens that would be committed followers, we must, by all means, start from home. And then for Representative Dasuki, I think we have confidence in his leadership. I don't know the kind of young person he wants to come and stay in his own space, but I think he needs to be there because we have very few of them that have this sincerity of purpose in being in the parliament. So, but then, what is the purpose of his leaving? We believe in his leadership and we trust the voice that he represents. So, but my wish and hope is that he still remains committed and will always be there to support in our little ways. Thank you very much. Hello?
We are hearing you.
Yes, okay. That's
Okay.
all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sister Shia. We have less than 3 minutes to go, but we are going to listen to, I think this is Miss Teresa John and the General very quickly. Miss Teresa John, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, Miss Teresa.
Yes.
ask,
Sister Teresa, your network is very cranky.
The university system for long, and we have. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, please go
ahead.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think we're looking at it from the aspect of democracy and politics right now. But beyond that, everybody has some leadership aspect. And if you look, many people in positions of authority, leadership, administration, authority or power, they actually don't have leadership qualities. They are not leaders. And some people who don't have such positions actually have leadership qualities. So I think we need to help people to stop looking at others for solution and each one think, what is my contribution? So because everybody has something to give somewhere. And this is the kind of thing we need to mentor people in, raise people up in, for them to be patriotic. Because as one of the American presidents said, think what you can do for your country and not what your country can do for you. I think we've been waiting too much for others to do it. And those who are in positions there can't do it or don't know how to do it. And we need to foster individual responsibility and individual sense of leadership. Where can I come in? What can I do in my place? And so you gave me 1 minute, so let me stop there, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very important point. And finally, General Williams, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say two things. I hope that the present fellow who is starting the program with you, you can convince him to raise some money for you to establish a lab, not a center, just a lab, an online lab for followership studies. That will be a good start with some online fellows in other states, in diaspora, and so on. Second point is this, is that people get doctorate degrees in leadership. Okay. Universities all over the world have leadership programs. That has not impacted on the world or globally for a stable or whatever you can call political or economic stability in the world. Something is wrong. And it is because the followership who are supposed to demand or who produce this leadership, whether by appointment, selection, or election, are not skilled enough, or like you put in your paper, the capacity, okay, to be a skilled follower in order to have that sort of leadership that we need. Therefore, we need to orientate our mind and redirect our minds to, if the leadership is good, leadership will produce good followership. And I'm sure in a place like United States, money follow ideas. In Africa, ideas run after money. I can tell you my experience over the past 25 years. Thanks to people like Akode and Professor Kuna, this idea could have been dead. So I'm very sure, Prof, that in a country where money run after ideas, you can convince a lot of people who at least we say, okay, let us organize a round table on followership. And from there, it will take off. And then we on the African side, we can see how we can produce a complementary lab that can start with you. Because once you start, I am telling you, it will just go on. It will just go on like that. Finally, I want to say something. Yes, sir. You know, you are a professor of ethics and morality. The home today of the middle class and upper class, they are busy making money they have not got time for parenting. Most of the time these children spend now, they're in school or boarding schools. In primary, some people send their children to boarding schools at primary school level and secondary. Some send them to UK or to United States. Even though some Nigerians do send their children back to Nigeria, they spend most of their time in school, not at home. Therefore, yes, we need to bring that ethics and morality, but we need to put more emphasis on schools. Parents nowadays are running after money. They haven't got time to parent. Thank you very much, Professor. And I hope you can be a pioneer in what we are trying to do. Keep well.
All right. Thank you very much, General Shola Williams. Professor Wariboko, do you want to make a very short response to the general, or things you are addressed specifically? Prof.
Yeah, thank you. I have no comment to make. Is giving me advice on how to go about some of these things. So yeah, I will look into them. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and we will find a way to continue that conversation. So thank you to all our speakers. Right from the very first session in the morning, we had Ms. Charles Dixon, we had Professor Aminu Guzo, we had Representative Abdusamad Dasuki, Dr. Sam Amadi, Dr. Omoshola Olabode, Dr. Bode Olugbore, and in this session we had the General himself, General Shola Williams retired, Comrade Destiny Alele Ejiro Gene, and Ambassador Sunday Ogene Broi Umujere, and of course, our last keynote, Professor Nimi Wariboko. Thank you so much to all our speakers, and thank you to everybody that stayed, all the way from 10 o'clock, and of course, those who had dropped out from the morning session. We will try to see how we can codify all the presentations, and so we are requesting from all the speakers to send us, their presentations or outline, so that we can find a way to codify it, so that the things that were not said can be documented, and the things that were said also to be documented. Thank you so much once again. We will continue this. It's an annual event. This is the second one dedicated to the memory of Malam Aminu Kano, who we believe is an exemplar of good followership and good leadership. So once again, on behalf of Panastrag and the Executive Secretary General Shola Williams, and on behalf of Empowered Newswire, we thank you all for participating in this second edition of the International Conference on Followership. And have a great evening and a wonderful weekend. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, can you hear me, sir? Please, let's record for the submission of the full papers. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Laolu, sir.
I already said that, African man. I said that already.
Yes, I think, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, General.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.